So if you're on Facebook, click on that tab that says Insights and read that tab that says Insights. Download this as an Excel. It gives you an option to download as an Excel or something they call a CSV file. Doesn't matter. Whether you understand the language of what to download it as or not, just download it as that. The second thing I want you to do, also download it, open up ChatGPT. Take that Excel, put it onto ChatGPT, and ask it to, please, can you help me interpret and understand the data? I get to that's the first thing you're going to do. Manje, what have we done with that second prompt? I think the first thing that we do is that we either go to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or any social media platform we sebenzisai. Because WhatsApp doesn't give you that capability to download the document, right? So let's limit this conversation to Facebook or Twitter and the sort. You're going to go to the second step. You're going to click on a part of it that's called Insights. After you click on Insights, it allows you to download that Insights. I get to then you're able to scale the range. You go to from the beginning of January 2025 to whatever. You determine a scale in the range for which duration. Then you click download, you download that document. Doesn't matter the format, whether it's Excel, PDF, or CSV. The next step, which is step number 4, you take it, you upload it onto ChatGPT. ChatGPT, the free version, gives you the ability to utilize 5 prompts, right? So after 5, it's going to ask you to pay every day. It allows you to utilize it 5 times for 5 different questions. So it's not a problem. Marco, do it, download, or you upload it onto ChatGPT, and you ask it a simple thing. I run a business, could you please help me interpret this? Don't give it an idea of what your business is. It's going to give you random details that it's going to analyze that are generic. There's a reason why we do that, so that it gives you generic insights that are generic about your business. The fifth thing that you need to do in responding to that, I need to know you've done your first prompt, which is tell us what it does. You respond back on the ChatGPT and you ask it a simple question to say, you give it scope. To say, now, because you've given me the generic insights, now I need to give you some information. My name is Bulelani. The business that I run is an internet cafe based in Katlehong in South Africa. The business does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and these are our services. The number of staff members and employees that I have is this. The reason why I'm asking you to interpret the data is because we either want to increase our sales, we want to know where our clients are, what our client profile is. What's the step number 5 do? Step number 5 puts us in a position where we now start to prime out the data. Now you start to clean it up. So when it responds with insights, it responds with richer and deeper insights. Point number 5. Digital transformation puts you in a position to be innovative and competitive. So when Spoo earlier on spoke about the fact that we've got a Zoom link that is watched by people that are not in this room, that is the competitive edge. So we now know that part of our top 10 countries that participate in our work is Australia. You've got Australia, you've got New Zealand, and strange enough, you've got Russia, which is not strange, and big love to the guys there. We could be experts as well. And then you've got guys in Botswana, guys in Zambia, guys in Lesotho, our neighboring countries within the SADC that are the top 10 that participate in the work that we do. Then we've got other countries that form part of the 30 that participate as and when, meaning that their participation is not consistent, right? So for me, what does that then do? It democratizes access to the people that are able to consume your product. So the days of saying ukuthi wena usebenzele Thembisa or usebenzele Katlehong, usebenzele Thokoza, umsebenzi wakho uzophelela lapho, you now choose. When you say that, that means that you have chosen it because the circumstances have chosen a different direction for you. The last 2 points and I'm off the stage. Point number 6. What this then does is that it allows your workforce to be empowered. How many of you experience the pain that I had to experience in the past when you have to induct a new employee? And when you induct a new employee, it feels like, you're from scratch. And the big debate is not that you need to hire, you need the help. The big debate is just when I need to take 4 or 5 or 8 hours to train them from scratch. I don't have the time. How many people feel that pain? The pain of when you open your emails, you see the words, I've resigned. You don't think about that immediate loss. You think, I'm going to have to start from scratch. Guess what? Digital tools allow you to do a couple of things. I mean, you use your Google Drive or your Google Workspace to do a couple of things, to upload your company documents. You create a Facebook channel for the business. You create a YouTube video of you telling that one employee and inducting them for that 4-hour video, upload that whole video, and then you click private. And that video will only appear to the people that you hire that are new. You go to, the third thing that you can do, you go to ChatGPT. You click on the option on ChatGPT that says that create a new bot. What does that do? It makes it private. One moment you've made it private, what do? You upload all your company documents that don't have any customer data or sensitive information, because believe it or not, whatever you upload onto ChatGPT is actually public use. Anyone can access that information. So you don't upload any private info, right, from the POPIA Act, but also for your own business competitiveness and privacy. And then what you then do, whenever you're inducting a new client, whenever you're inducting a new employee, you give them the YouTube link, you give them access to where the documents are, and vision, mission, nani, they go through them. Then that meeting, that session that needs to be 5 hours, now becomes a 30-minute session. What are you doing? You're utilizing digital tools to grow your business. Then the last point, digitizing your business then makes you resilient and sustainable. Digital systems help you in the processing of your business and the positioning of your business. They also help you they also help you with sustainability. And then what they then do is that they help you to reduce clutter. So if there's one thing, if you ask any of the guys wearing the T-shirts, and I'm off the stage, I've spoken for too much. This is not my moment. There are amazing people that we have here, Mr. Charles. There are many other facilitators who are here who will give you greater info. But if you ask any of the guys in Sebenza Nabulai office in one thing, there's not even one single file that sits on a computer hard drive in my office. Not even one. What do? We use a simple thing, Faith. We use OneDrive. What is OneDrive? When we buy the Microsoft package, it costs us 2,000 Rand for each machine a year. What does it do? That lady who is at the back, who's part of my team member, who's head of social media, I can access any of her files from anywhere in the country. When the laptop is stolen or we lose the laptop, we don't need to recreate the documents from scratch. I can access them on her phone, on my phone, on any laptop or any machine. Now that's the paid version. What's the free version? Google Drive. How do you get to use Google Drive? You get I think about 5 to 10 gigabytes for free when you sign up for a Google account. What does that do? All you then do from there is you go, you watch a simple 30-minute tutorial. Mawuqasha umuntu we-admin, wonke ama-documents awafayili ekhompyutheni, uwafayela ku-Google Drive. So that uma une-customer makagula, ane-genuine need, agula or ashonelwe or anenkinga, awufoneli umuntu asesifeni uthi ngithumele ama-documents manje abakwazi ukubhadala. You go to the Google Drive and you are able to access your documents. It gives you sustainability, makes you resilient. So now I can sit in front of my client, which is Visa, in front of my client, which is Netbank, in front of my client, which is Shop-to-Shop or Flash, and quickly say to them, I've got the numbers, I can access them now. Why? Because I've got the numbers on my device. Then, to close it off, the reason why this whole entire conversation is important is purely because majority of what all of us are solving for here is month-end. Majority of us. So the way in which we consume the information must answer two things. How does it make me money and how does it save me money? Under what simple backdrop? Under the simple backdrop that we all have laptops or computers in one shape or another, but if there's one short device that all of us use is our smartphones. Meaning that from everything that you have learned here today, also learn and pick up on the tools so that you are able to put everything on this device to make you agile. So that when you're sitting there, you are able to then answer the other people, so that what does that do? It then shortens the ratio at which it takes you to close a customer. Now with the digital tools, you're able to close and loop out that customer conversation much quicker and much easier. And doesn't matter what age that you are in, let's shift our mindset. It is not tough, it is not cumbersome. Let's open up our minds to saying, I'm going to devote a simple thing, an hour a week or 2 hours a week to learn on how the tools that I have on my device work, and how can I take best advantage of them so that I can grow my business. Like I said when I opened up, the one main question you must ask yourself each and every week is this. It is not what government is doing to stand in my way. It is not what the DFIs and the funders and the banks and everyone that we normally blame is doing to stand in my way. It's not to sit there and say, yeah, budget visa, no. Ask yourself a simple question before you externalize. What am I doing to stand in the way of the growth of my business? The moment you've held yourself accountable, then you can hold whoever accountable. Because like I said in the beginning, we always think, when we think of external blockages, we always think of them as being external, but we never internalize the blockages. The moment you internalize the blockages, what does that do to your mindset? It puts you in a place where you now start to operate on something called the zero base. What does a zero base mean? It means that even if CEDA, or CEDFA as it's now called, is meant, or NYDA, or any of the agencies that are actually legislated by government to support you, don't support you. You don't operate in a mindset of entitlement. You operate in a mindset of an entrepreneur who says that, yes, they have to, but because I want it for myself, I'm going to chase them up and down to give me this thing. Why? Because I owe it to myself. So I've spoken for too long. I want to allow the other speakers. Thank you.
One, two. Thank you so much. That was Bulelani Balabala. Please, can we put our hands together one more time? For those of you who have just joined us, thank you so much for joining us. We really, really appreciate it. The focus for today is really around learning on how we can digitize our marketing, digitize our payments, digitize our processes, and why it's important to digitize your business. I love what he shared around the fact that digitizing your business helps you to get into new markets. It gives you data and strategic insights. It gives you a competitive edge. It allows your workforce to be empowered. Yeah, I saw the hands around having to bring in new people into your team and the hours. So really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Earlier on, I asked, let me ask again, those of you who carry cash or who buy cash or buy products with cash, can I see by a show of hands? You're giving away your age. And sometimes then people say, I'm digitizing it, digitizing it. Mari, safety is a big issue. Are we together? Safety is a big issue. And so we're going to have a panel discussion now. Cash without hassle. Safety and simplicity for township entrepreneurs. I'm going to call upon on stage Richard Charlie, Head of Sales from Shop to Shop, and Katleho Malungane, Supplier Payments Manager from Flesh. Please, can they come on stage? Please come on stage, my brother. Thank you so much to Shop to Shop and Flesh for joining us today and for coming through to share your insights on how we can empower township entrepreneurs, especially around digitizing. Please come this side, my brother. Especially around digitizing your business, your marketing, your processes. Thank you so much for joining us, gents. My brother, please have a stage. Yeah, it's quite it's a walk.
Children.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Can you hear me at the back? Number one. Thank you so much, gents. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. The focus, once again, is around digitizing your payments, your marketing, but the issue is the safety and the simplicity of it. So, please, I'm just going to give you an opportunity now to just briefly introduce yourself, who you are, what you do, and then we'll take it from there. I'll start off with you.
Sure. My name is Katleho. I work at Flash, and I've been there for about 4 years now. My role is Supplier Payments Manager. So we look after, we're a division that looks after digitizing cash on behalf of the likes of big brands, Coca-Cola. So back to your safety thing, Coca-Cola, Clover, Simba. They're also trying to digitize their cash these days. So we essentially just digitize their cash, which means it's safer for them. So if drivers that are making these deliveries, they also used to handle a lot of cash, and they've got families to go to, they've got kids to go to, they want to get home safe. So this starts alleviating that safety aspect. The guys start to feel a little bit safer. The Coca-Colas and the big brands of the world, they start feeling more confident because they're all of a sudden not losing cash, because cash lost is essentially business lost at the end of the day. So that's essentially what I do. I've been in the informal space for probably about 10 years now. Before that, I was a sales manager at a liquor industry, specializing in the informal market as well.
Thank you very much. Richard, over to you.
Awesome. Must I hold it here? Sure.
A bit closer, sir.
All right. Name is Richard Charlie. I've been in the informal market probably over 20 years. Worked for the likes of Coke, Unilever, Danone. Currently head of sales for Shop to Shop. And I think Shop to Shop as a business or as an entity, our main aim is how do we empower entrepreneurs within this digital space. And when you empower entrepreneurs, you always have to ask yourself, what are the challenges? And you so rightfully say security is one of the things that's a big issue, right? If you look at some of the stats that's around, there's about 87% of South Africans have cards. But within our market, I always have a joke by saying, if you really want to digitize this environment, digitize the taxis. If you can digitize the taxis, then cashless tomorrow, right? So when you look at security and how do you need to look at it, all of us have cell phones, all of us have cards, but there is a challenge around us not wanting to use these digital statements, right? Either it's perception that around your money will disappear from the banks and so forth. So when you're driving that element, it's to start, I think, from a security perspective with a mindset change. And I think as a country and as a people, and particularly as entrepreneurs, that's the conversation we need to have, is how do we transform mindset so that people can actually get to understand that digital is actually secure.
Sure. Yeah. Hey, that taxi one is going to take time.
I know.
But you can just imagine, again, a taxi, because in this car, you have a cash. And you can look at it. And I'm an ATM value, you get a card, you get a taxi, then you go. You've given us something to think about. It's an idea. Entrepreneurs are always looking for ideas. Katlego, how has Flash transitioned into digitization within the township economy over the years?
Yeah, I mean, if you remember back in the day, so Flash actually started as a way of making people's lives easier, right? What I mean by that is, remember back in the day when just before the big banking apps and the digital apps and all of these movements, if no batla like electricity, sometimes no batla hor una mala taxi ka 20 rand, oye ko toropong o breka motlakase ka 50 rand, then o tsa 10 rand hape ho nya ko bo, so spendile 90 rand and maro o buile ka motlakase 50 rand. So Flash was trying to make people's lives easier by providing a digital solution, hardware and software, putting it in the nearer communities to allow people to access digital daily products like electricity, airtime, all of those goods at just around the corner from your house. So that's essentially how we've transformed into a digital economy. That's essentially how it started, but we've transitioned into more of that. So now, to Richard's point, people have cash now, cards now. So your Flash device allows you to tap. That's a way of digitizing your money, not just for the consumer, but for the shop owner as well. That money that gets tapped goes into a wallet. You're then able to spend that money however you like. You can pay your suppliers, you can pay bills, or whatever the case might be, just from your device. So we've gone into way more digital products. Now some consumers can actually walk into an informal trader and collect their social grants, for instance, right? That gets cash out of the till from from the vendor, it goes to the consumer, and then in turn we pay that vendor money into their wallet. They're then able to pay Coca-Cola or Sasco or whoever. It's just a way of building a stronger ecosystem while trying to move away from cash, right? And at the end of the day, if you're a shop owner, you also get to make a bit of cash just for facilitating some of those transactions, selling goods or facilitating a social grant payment, for instance. You earn some commission. So you're an entrepreneur, you've got to make money. You need to understand the margin and all of those things that happen within your business. So we allow all of that, and that's how we've transformed into a digital ecosystem.
Fantastic. Richard, you spoke about the mindset. I'm sitting here and I'm like, I want to, but I'm not sure. This digitizing thing, I know, man. What's that mindset that we need to have, and what are the mindsets that we need to break?
I think, take mine. That's so sweet. I think first thing, mindset is around, I think probably the older generation is where the challenge comes in, right? But I think there is, I think there's also perception that will we truly, fully get rid of cash? Probably not. Probably not. I mean, there's ladies, you want to give your son 10 rand, 15 rand, but now kids have their own bank accounts. So I think when we look at mindset, it's understanding how we have transformed. We have to accept change. So if you think of even the clothes that we wear, a couple of years ago we were wearing, what they call those pants? Palazzo, is it palazzo? It's palazzo. Now you're wearing tight jeans. If you see someone with a palazzo, you go, you're out of fashion, right? And it's how we adapt. So I think from a mindset things, there's certain things that we want to change. They say people want change until they have to change, right? And I think our mindset, particularly as entrepreneurs, is to able to understand what are the options that there is. If I don't change, if I don't adapt to what's happening, am I missing out on certain things? Am I missing out on security? Am I missing out on rewards? Am I missing out on funding? Am I missing out? And it's the hunger. And I think our mindsets is, if you want an entrepreneur and if you really want to drive, you think of Shop to Shop and our founder, who is Samu Mlungu, that from Cape Town, and he's like, how do we do things better, right? And it's about innovating, having an idea or a mindset that you have to risk, you have to learn, and you have to celebrate. And you gotta understand that, particularly when you're going into an environment where you have to do things differently and you have to think differently. You have to have a mindset where you are just able to go, amen. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, well, I've learned about it. So yeah.
Sure. Round of applause for our panel. We're not done yet. Let me come back to okay, around how does Flash work for a vendor in the township? So I'm sitting here, I'm a vendor in the township, not vendor.
What if you Zulu?
VENDOR.
That's also Zulu somewhere.
So how does it work for a vendor how does Flash work for a vendor in the township?
Yeah, so it's easy. We've got lots of access points where you can purchase a device, right? So we've got kiosks around the country. You can go into a Pep store and buy a machine, for instance, right? Once you do that, it's quite simple. Wa register, it's that simple. And then once you get back to the shop, you can top up your machine however you like. There's many different ways, through banking, through vouchers. You can top up your wallet. Once you've topped up that account wallet, it means you can start selling a whole bunch of different stuff. You can start selling all our digital products. You can start selling airtime, data. You can start facilitating payments and paying suppliers that maybe deliver to you. You can start selling vouchers to your customers. And again, things like social grants, you're able to then also start processing those type of transactions. We spoke about cards earlier and digital. You can start taking card payments on that machine, meaning you're not actually handling too much cash, which again, you're trying to de-risk yourself from too much cash because it is risky around security and your store, and you're just trying to protect your business as an entrepreneur, especially when you're just starting out. You want to be as safe as possible. So every little margin, every little bit of money you make, you want to just keep protected. So it's quite fairly simple to get started at Flash. We've also got some devices outside should anyone be interested. The guys can literally sort you out on the spot today. So yeah, that's that simple.
Richard, same question.
How do we work? So shop to shop is about how do we drive entrepreneurs. So that's the foundation. So how does it work for a vendor, a Zulu, a Xhosa, a Tswana, every culture? It's what business do you want to start? If you want to start a business, you need a way to receive money, and you need a way to pay people that you want to take your money from or pay your, get your supplies from. So how we drive from a shop to shop, if you're a spaza, if you want to drive a spaza, or you want to do a hair salon, whatever entrepreneurial thing is, people need to come to you. So there's two ways. When people come to you, they can either pay you in cash or they can pay you in card, right? If it's in cash, you can receive the money. If you're really big business, we can place a safe, and which means once you place the money within the safe, that money is immediately available. What sets us apart, what makes us different, the safe, once you drop the money within the safe, that money is immediately available. It does not wait for whoever to come and then 24 hours later, then it's available. It's immediately available within your wallet. That's the cash piece. If you have a device, so also we're outside, we sell our devices because we're not in the money of making money. So when you buy it, it's yours. It's your device. That device gives you an opportunity within shop to shop. When people are tapping onto you, that money is then immediately available within your card or within your wallet. The more you transact within the shop to shop ecosystem, which means we have value-added services. You can sell electricity, airtime, all those types of things. The more people tap onto you, so you're accepting card, you then earn what we call a star rating within the business. That star rating that you're earning allows you to access loans within the ecosystem. That loan then gives you access in terms of a 7-day loan, a 14-day loan as a vendor, Xhosa, Tswana person that you are, so that you can actually allow to go and buy supplies and increase your business. That wallet that you have, if you are topping up China Mall, a Kit Kat, a Tradeport, a Fosloras, when you arrive at those guys and you pay through shop to shop, the transaction is free. So wallet to wallet, which means there's no transactional fees, because we want to make sure as an entrepreneur, your money stays within your wallet so that you can create more value for yourself. So when you pay with that shop-to-shop wallet, whatever money that you have, it's a free transaction. There's no hidden costs. There's nothing. You take your stuff, you go, and that's how you grow your business, right? Because ultimately we want to make sure as an entrepreneur, it's about empowerment. Because there's so many things where there's hidden costs and then this and then this and this. For us, it's really about how do we grow South Africa? How do we make sure that when you're saying you want to start a business, that business actually creates value within the community that you're on. So that's what we do.
So we're speaking about safety and simplicity. Now what happens if that machine gets lost or someone steals it? How does that work?
You run, you fetch it, you run.
Katlo, I'm going to hand over to you. What happens if you, because you're speaking about the safety, then there's also the fear that I might just lose this machine.
Yeah.
What about the money that's in the machine? Who can access it? All of these questions are going through people's minds. I've got the machine in.
Yeah.
I lose it or I leave it in the car or in the taxi or wherever. Then what?
Sure. So Of course, twanto ne se fi hey limachino how. It the same as any other apps on your phone. So if it's like a banking app, there's obviously login credentials. There's all of those things that the safety aspects that you as an entrepreneur have to take to protect yourself, right? So you can't be logged into your bank account and then I can't log into my bank account and just show him and give him the phone. I'm going to protect myself. I'm going to log out first. I'm not going to do that. Don't worry.
Unless it's your site. Sure.
But obviously, outside of keeping yourself protected, there's different ways of, you can't just trust anyone with your business. So make sure that people that are looking at your device or have an eye or some sort of code to your access logins, then you trust them dearly, right? So often if you're a shop owner and you've got 3 other people that are working with you, if they are allowed to use that device, they've got to know the code if they are able to vend those products or take card payments and all of those things, right? But apart from that, I mean, we've got a 24-hour call center in all different languages that should you lose your device, you just phone our call center in whatever language you speak, and we can sort it out and block that device immediately. So those are some of the aspects we take. Of course, like I say, and then otherwise people do take chances. So yeah, that's it essentially. Just make sure you understand who to phone, when to phone, have those protocols. We've got call centers that you can phone immediately and say, listen, I've just lost my device, and we can block that device for you and still keep you running.
Richard?
The hands. I don't know what the hands are for.
Yeah. I'm going to open it up for questions.
Oh, I thought they are greeting. Hello. That's why I was waving. Hello.
Around the safety.
Yeah, I think Kat is right? So I think the device is like a phone. I mean, you're 100% right. Device is a phone. Device is a card. It is a means to access your money. So if someone steals your card, normally at banks, you go, you press a button, they cancel it immediately. If someone steals your phone, hopefully you have, I don't know what people do on their phones, right? And you block it. And our devices work the same. Same like Flash, we have a 24-hour call center. If you lose your device, you call in, it gets blocked immediately. We also have resellers, what we call it's our go-to strategy that goes around to make sure that they assist and make sure. So if you have a reseller, you give him a contact or you give him a call, and he comes and replaces the device for you.
Sure. My last question, I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to open it up to the audience. Katla, the success stories over the last couple of years, especially having worked in the township, what are some of those success stories, and how has that enabled these entrepreneurs to take their businesses to the next level with the work that you do at Flash?
Lots of success stories, and I want to point one out because I saw you ask a question earlier about who's still paying with cash, right? And but one of our biggest success stories as of recent is our one voucher product. Again, we're talking about banking and, some of the history with banking in this country. Maybe you don't trust the banks, they're taking transactions, whatever the case might be. So what you can do now is, one voucher. It is just a 16-digit PIN, right, that you can spend anywhere, right? It was initially adopted by the betting community first, which was good. But at Flash, we've actually started opening up that particular product to allow the communities within our space to use it, to have access to different brands and different products that they never would have before. So now, for instance, you can use one voucher to order on Mr. D, for instance. You can use one voucher to order and take a lot for goods for your business or shelves for your business and all of those things that you sometimes might not have access to. So we're constantly looking to grow how we also bring some of those e-commerce platforms into communities or township communities in a digital way. So that's just one of the success stories that I can bring is, to be able to facilitate a take-a-lot voucher, a take-a-lot order into a township, or Mr. Delivery order into a township, and all of those kind of things is quite big for us. And I can only hope that if you're an entrepreneur sitting here today, you're thinking about those kind of things and saying, how do I get involved? How do I get involved with a take-a-lot? Do I have a delivery business? And how do you then pass it on to someone so you can make extra money and charge someone extra? Do you rent scooters and you become a delivery on behalf of on their behalf, or whatever the case might be? Yeah, there's the opportunities are endless in our economy, especially in the township economy. Everyone wants to be part of it. The big brands are knocking on our door saying, how do we get involved in this economy? So yeah, to the entrepreneurs on the ground, I say keep your eyes open, keep your ears wide open. Let's listen to things, try new things, and see how you can get involved with different businesses. And it doesn't have to be big brands, local businesses. Just think outside the box.
Flash. No man, Flash man, nakia koma kuleng man, kya ibo na Flash man. Richard, some of your success stories from merchants and how they're able to grow.
I think our biggest success story will always be entrepreneurs need money. You need money to run your business. So our biggest success story is really our loans product. The fact that we are able to, I think over the just last month, we've given an excess of almost about 10 billion rand of loans that we've given out, right? And I think that is the biggest for us as a business. Our heart is the entrepreneur. Our heart is how do we grow people? How do we drive your business? So I think our loans product that's really set us apart, where we give people access to money. And that's why digitizing yourself and digitizing your money, having access to funding, and by using our ecosystem through all these things that's available to you, actually allows you to be able to go take a 7-day loan or 14-day loan so that you can turn around your money. You can then have more access to what you need to be doing. So I think for us, if we look at what our success stories is really how many entrepreneurs are we empowering to drive their businesses to the next level.
Sure. Can we please give our panel a round of applause? I saw hands. I don't know if they were waving or yo. All right, so I'm going to take 4 questions from the floor. Can we get another mic, please? Sorry if I don't choose you. It's not personal. But because of time, the team is still here. Katleho is still here. Richard is still here. Can we get a mic for them, please? All right. Yeah, the mic. Your name, your company, straight to the question.
Sanbonani, hello everybody.
Okay. On? Good. You can go.
Tumela, Sanbonani, my name is Lebohang Wahatabani. I run a food business at Mukwena, 211 Mukwena. Ne? So it's about food. Yes. So my question is to Ubaba, shop to shop. Yeah.
It's the beard.
Yes. I don't know if I heard you correctly. You said you've got a safe drop where you can drop the money like F&B, because I remember I used to use it. What are the charges on that safe? So it will be like you bring a safe into my, what you call restaurant. What are the charges whenever I drop the money in that safe? And then for both of you, Katleho and Yuse, I'm using Yogo machine at the moment. It's charging me transaction 2.6 something, right? Why will I now drop Yogo to buy your machine? What will be the transaction? What do I gain? Are you lesser or what? So yeah, that's my question.
Thank you. Gentlemen, Katla, you want to start?
Yeah, sure.
Speak the
Yeah.
truth.
So, yeah, he's right. I'm not going to tell you the rates, but yeah, I mean, if I can put it this way, Yoko is great. I mean, they've got great devices as well. I can't knock them down, but they were built more for formal market sort of restaurants where we wanted a device that can actually accept card payments as well as whatever card payments you're accepting, you can then facilitate different other payments or pay your suppliers if they're delivering to you. There's different, it's just a much bigger variety on your device to run a full end-to-end business. And remember, with your business, if someone comes to buy food, what if you're able to upsell them on electricity, or you're able to upsell them on airtime, or whatever the case might be? Remember, now you're selling airtime and you're not getting charged. You're actually making money on the flip side. So that's essentially just a better way to run your business, is make sure that you're not just accepting cash or accepting card payments, you're actually diversifying your business if there's a chance to sell other products as well.
No, kumele uyibeke angithi manje intshebe baba. 1, 2, can you test this one? All right, you can just use this one.
Oh, no. Cool. All right,
Thank you.
on the safes, right? So we have two types of safe. We have what we call a 5K and a 10K. 5K means it takes 5,000 rand of notes. Other one takes 10,000 rand of notes. And the charges are different. So if you're bigger, normally the 10K one goes into wholesalers and much bigger stores, depending on how much your turnover is. And the 4K is for smaller stores. When it comes to rates, and that's why I said don't talk about your rates. That's like you telling people what your margins are. We would be stupid to do that. Then we are not smart people. Right? So rates, it's about the standard rates. And you are welcome we can have a conversation in terms of what those rates are. Then I guess the same is, I think what I'm going to speak to for my colleague here as well. What separates us, I think, from my shop to shop and Flash, from like your likes of your Yoko, is that we are an ecosystem. And by being an ecosystem means that when you engage with our ecosystem, you have an array of things that you are able to do, right? You also you can do VAS, you can do loans, you can do one voucher, you can do all types of things. And it's particularly designed for the restaurants and the formal business. It's all about put it in, there's a tip or whatever, you move on, and the rates are quite high because these people are incented. Within us, also from a rates perspective, the higher your turnover is, we can negotiate that rate because depending on what your rates is. And that's why I guess the likes of Visa coming to the party, and there's continuous conversations with your visas and so forth, is how do we get ourselves to reduce that card rate? Because I think the more we start having those conversations around how do we reduce the card rate, how do we get to a place where the rates gets a little bit lower, and it's not hidden. Some people will tell you, no, I can take Capitec. Capitec is 1%. But then there is this cost and that cost, which gets you still to a 2.8, 2.9%. So I think it's to fully understand what the ecosystem does, what are the offerings that you're getting, and then putting those things together. It's like looking, do you going to buy what is it called? China Mall. You can buy a, what they call that, bags, ladies? A Louis Vuitton. You can buy Louis Vuitton at China Mall. Or you can also buy a Louis Vuitton from Louis Vuitton, right? So you got to understand what's the value that you get by the products that you have. Yeah.
Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Hi everyone, my name is Sipat Mkwanazi, the owner of Classic Cafe in Mushweshwe section. My question is based on Katleo Flash. So I was using Yoko in Jongosisi because I sell food, I sell drinks. How is Katimasiya now I have to have a relationship with Coca-Cola. But we have to go to a flash. We have to go to a flash like in the Renako. Ngithenge a flash. Man get to take a flash a week before you order go coke. Ngifaki order la mabafika umshini we flash angisawuboni bawutshontshile e-shop. So the question is based on safety and security. Khona lapho sokufika enye supply the other company that I cannot mention esebenza njengani. Ithi sister na umshini now umshini usebenza same thing njenge-flash. Oh, okay. Now umshini ngiwuthenge futhi because ngifuna ukufaka i-order lami ku-Coke because ngifuna ukuba ne-relationship ne-Coke. Uma ngithi ngifake i-order i-Coke iyafika izodeliver, i-Coke ayikhona ukuthi isebenzise that machine. So i-question yami ukuthi can I download i-app ye-flash mhlambe ngisebenzise i-app from efonini yami instead of machine because already sengithenge that other machine, so I cannot do good thing a machine eminingi e-shop.
Yes, the simple answer to your question is yes. You can download the app, the Flash app. It's exactly the mirror of what the machine is, right? The only difference is you might not be able to take card payments from your customers that are walking in. But we also offer a separate device that also just taps simply for tap, and then you can have your Flash app on your mobile phone to be able to pay Coke or whoever other suppliers are. So yeah, the actual hardware device that you see outside and the app on the mobile phone is essentially the same mirror. It's the same thing, yeah.
Thank you. Please can we get the mic to Baba Lapo? Sisi now uyatenga, machine after. Yo. Funmali. Over to you, sir.
Good day, everyone. I am Puteho of Mr. P Logistics and Delivery. I've got a number of shops that I'm doing deliveries for, but now each and every day I do cash out. So I'm not using any device. So what would be the appropriate way of utilizing your devices for such transactions?
I'll speak from my side. If you are making deliveries to everyone around you and they're able to become Flash customers, what we can do for you is we add you as a supplier, right? So what happens is every time your delivery guys goes to the next shop, you deliver the stock and you say, okay, I would now like to start taking my payments via Flash. What we then do on the other hand is we collect those payments that they make into your account. We collect it all at the end of the day, and in the evening at 10 o'clock at night, we take that money, we put it into your bank account. The next morning, we send you a statement and say, you collected 10 payments from 10 different shops. This was the total amount. At 10 o'clock, once we've got that money, it means the money's safe anyway. Your drivers, when they leave the store after making a delivery, they'll get when the spaza shop or whoever you're delivering to makes a payment, there's a slip that comes out, and then there's an SMS that goes to the driver as well, so that when they come back to your warehouse or your manufacturing place, they can say, okay, this is how many slips I've got to the worth of 10,000 Rand. Then you know they've collected that amount of money, And we also have a live portal for you. So essentially it's just access to transactions in real time that are coming into your account. But again, every night we take that money, we cash it out and put it into your bank account, and you get it the next day.
Yeah. I guess shop to shop works exactly the same, right? So you sign up as a supplier. With a supplier, you have two options. You can either have a device or you can just use your, so we create a specific QR code for you. So when you arrive at the customer, whoever's using shop to shop, they can either then just scan the code and they'll pay you, or you create it as a supplier, as you say, so you become a local supplier. When they go into the supplier, there's a unique reference code that your driver, so if you have your driver, you can then say your driver 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That becomes their unique reference code. So when they get there, they put their unique reference code. The money goes directly into your account or into your, what we call supplier dashboard, which you have access to. And you're able to manage and able to see. You then have two options. One, if you want to use your shop-to-shop money to go buy at any other suppliers, you can use your wallet, or you can do an auto cash out. That auto cash out goes in directly to your bank account. In the supplier dash, you can do exactly as Kat said. You can actually pull statements. You can see who's it gone to, and you're able to manage how it is. It just gives you a little bit flexibility, and that transactional cost between your customers and yourself is entirely a free transaction between yourself, which then means it's much faster, it's much digital for you, and there's a safety element because your drivers don't need to hold cash anymore. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Very interesting questions. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Can we please give them a round of applause?
Thank you.
So please don't go yet. Please, we're going to need a photo of both of you. Yeah, please look straight into that camera. When it says flash, you smile. Kaka from Flash and Richard from Shop to Shop, thank you so much, gentlemen. We have a gift as well for you. So, all right, so what's inside? Let's check what's inside. Look what's inside. It's not a machine. It's a T-shirt. There is a book as well from. Let's do this. Incredible book from one of a township pioneer, an incredible woman who owns. Dr. Tami Mazwai, as well as a Get Things Done book as well. A pioneer in the township economy, really, really appreciate it. And every single gift as well that we'll be handing out, we have bought from entrepreneurs right here, Mokatleho. Thank you, gentlemen. One more time. Thank you so much. They're still here, and I know we still have a lot of questions that we want to ask them. Let me introduce our next speaker, Tashfir. As the Visa Commercial Solutions B2B sales and market lead for South Africa, Tashfir is accountable for business development of B2B products and strategic partnerships aimed at corporate and small business Visa commercial issuers. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for Tashfir from Visa as he comes onto stage. Marite, I want our speakers come on stage. I care we show them love and energy, man. Come on, Katao, let's put our hands together for Tashfir from Visa. Good, sir. Over to you.
Morning, everyone. My name My name is Teshveer. First of all, thanks to the organizers and to my colleagues for the trip down. This is my first time to Katlehong, but I hail from a very similar town in Durban. I'm a son of an entrepreneur. My father was a panel beater. My mom was a housewife and did the books. Across the road was the auto electrician, and entrepreneurship and the communities from which we come is very much driven by trust, relationships, and as we look to digitize, I think those fundamentals still exist and are true today. So I'll preempt any questions around pricing. For Visa, we don't set any prices. How Visa fits into the ecosystem is the banks, the likes of Shop2Shop, Flash, the fintechs, our partners. And today, I'll give you a sense of, from a small business and an entrepreneurship perspective, how Visa thinks around small business, and not just in Katlehong, Gauteng, South Africa, but globally as well. We often think that we are unique in the challenges that we encounter and face on a day-to-day, but there's a small business owner sitting in Dar es Salaam, in Buenos Aires, in Canada, that also has the same issues, and the same reality is you need to be resilient, you need to look for opportunities to grow, and you can't do it alone. So there's a few slides that I'll go through, but I think one of the key things is when we use the jargon of, in our banking world, we call them issuers. So if you see the slide, issuers are banks. They also fintechs, you see a lot of, but it's any company that gives you a card as a small business. That will have a Visa logo at the bottom. You'll be able to use that at anywhere a card is accepted. And you can jump on a plane and go to over 200 countries in the world, and that card will be accepted. If any of your businesses purchase from some of the Chinese retailers, the Sheins, the Temu, the reality is your card is, you're able to purchase from them without doing anything extra or additional. The second one is acquirers, and that is about when you have that device, you need somebody to accept the payment. So that's often the banks or the fintechs, like Yoko was an example, but it's F&B, APSA, a whole host of them. And that's the ability to accept payments. Then the third is around the fintechs and the enablers. And this is where there's a lot around today in the world has moved based on technology. Pre-COVID, a lot of businesses had to think about how do you launch a business online. Now it is how do you run a business online. Just being able to allow shopfront online is one thing, but there's things like inventory and lots of different solutions that have now become very mainstream, and that cuts across many different industries. So there's a few global trends I'd like to share, just to show, and I use the example of South Africa not being unique, but one of them is around digitization. This view of digitization is not something only in South Africa. All over the world, technology has become a key enabler. If you the age of people opening businesses as well. You've got students who are running a side hustle. They've got businesses. It's no longer seen as your only revenue stream. There's lots of opportunities, and the entrepreneurial spirit is not now limited to just bricks and mortar. It's allowing a lot more access to different age groups, different types of opportunities. So we've seen that globally. I don't think you'll be in a payments or a conference that talks about digitization without hearing about artificial intelligence. The reality is it's a technology, a host of technologies that are moving quite rapidly, but a lot about it is around reconciliation in the payments world. The ability for a small business owner to know at the end of the day where do I sit in from a financial position? Am I able to order the next, if it's based on inventory type business? But I mean, if I reference my dad, as a panel beater, sometimes he would get a customer where the job is too big, and you'll have to turn away the job because you know you need to go and buy all the materials from the paint shop down the road, and you need that money. And you know, back in the day, there used to be a book, and somebody would be like, okay, I know you based on relationship, and when the customer pays you, you'll then settle them. But that's now, in today's world, there's also less of that relationship type opportunities. You know, the reality is that paint shop owner has to take a risk on the panel beater, who has to take the risk on the customer, because even if the car's complete and the customer can't pay, that car sitting in his lot is not going to help him pay the bills. It's, you know, so it's those sort of constraints where digitization will help in terms of cash flow. And that's what when we talk about working capital, you know, the gentleman prior spoke about, you know, the reality about loans and credit. It's a universal truth, and I don't think whether it's digital or physical cash, but one of the universal truths is you need money to make money. That's a fact. You know, if all you are relying on is the money in your cash register, that's going to be the amount, it's going to limit the amount you're going to be able to purchase and to be resilient as well. When, if it's a piece of machinery or if it's something that there's a late delivery, that there's at least a buffer in terms of working capital. And then the last one is about global money movement. One of the things I think, if you think about 20 years ago, the idea of a small business owner being able to order directly from China would have been, you know, wouldn't have been possible. You would have to be part of a buyer group, or, you know, so access to global markets is something that we've seen throughout the recent years. And I think that's also expanded now into our neighboring countries. The likes of Lesotho, Swaziland, you know, there's a lot of commerce that happens even within our borders, and that doesn't take away from the likes of, obviously, the big routes like China, but a lot of the trade and the movement around money and goods is also from an African continent perspective, which is an untapped opportunity. The next slide, and I guess one of the key things around the unique pain points and is about, as I mentioned, working capital. It's about the quick access. You know, those days of going to a branch, sitting there for hours, waiting to see the bank manager, then you have to fill out the form, then the bank manager tells you, oh, you don't have this document, then you must go home, come back the next day. Those days, and what we have seen globally, you can do a lot as a consumer. Today, banking apps, or you can go on your phone, you can, you know, the need to visit the branch has lessened. It really must be an extreme issue for you to go to the branch. And so from a digitization perspective, that need for working capital means you need to be able to get that quickly, and you don't, and I mean, the reality is even getting that capital, you need to be also to pay whoever, if it's a supplier. The second one is about the seamless way to pay and to receive payments. So the gentlemen that were on the stage, there's many devices. The reality is, if you start thinking about how do I accept card payments, it then means you're not limited to the amount of cash. Anybody, I mean, we'll just use December as an example. When you go out in December, and if all you have is the cash, you probably have an early night. But where you have card, you end up spending more because, you know, you think the night's over, and then, you know, there'll be like, it goes on, and so your spend. So as a business owner who has a restaurant or a bar, a tavern, whatever it may be, that additional spend is because people are using their cards. They're not, because if you tell someone, oh no, go to an ATM and come back with cash, when they're out the door, you're probably not going to see them. I mean, sometimes you will see them, but either way, it's that sort of incremental sales. It's the same thing if you're in a shop. I mean, most people know when you go into a shop, you're just going to duck the shop for one thing, and then you come out with a few others while you're there. But if you only had 50 Rand in your hand, you'll be very deliberate about how you spend that 50 Rand. Whereas, and so the opportunity in accepting cards is also about incremental spend while you're there, because from a consumer perspective, you're going to get that additional business, you'll get that opportunity. But it's also knowing that, you know, nowadays not a lot of people have time to go to multiple stores buying individual things. So those opportunities in terms of additional cash and loyalty is key. The other one is about staying on top of finances. So a lot of the partners we have in terms of the banks, the fintechs, is not just being able to make a payment, is how do we, and they provide tools that help you understand what's the budgeting, where am I mean, when I started working and my mom and dad they got out of panel beating, they started doing something else. Probably for the first 10 years of my working life, I was their private banker. They'll just phone me and tell me, just transfer some money into this account, or this, I need to do something, you need to make a, purchase stock. And I think a lot of that being to know, and I always used to ask my mom in particular, is this business making you, is it profitable? Like, you're putting a lot in, do you actually know what you're getting out? And I always and they always say about small businesses, you're the person that gets paid last. Your salary doesn't come out first, it comes out last. And so staying on top of finances also means it's about resilience as well. COVID was a good example where everything stopped. If you had a restaurant and those doors closed, I mean, now we look back and we think about some of the crazy things we did to access, but the reality is there are things that happen that we have to be resilient, and staying on top of finances helps provide that view, because if if you're in survival mode from a day to day, it's really going to limit your ability to really grow and prosper. And I guess one of the things is not just from a finance perspective, from a reach, from a stability, from increasing your own footprint and beating the restaurant around the corner, because the reality is consumers have choice as well. If you can't service, you may not see that customer again. So that is really key. And the final one is about rewards and loyalty. And I think in our community, loyalty is always, I always think, go for a haircut. You almost don't want to cheat on the guy who cuts your hair. You'll wait in line if you have to, because there's a loyalty built based on familiarity. But when it comes to payments, the reality is when you're going for that haircut, there's also that ability of then the guy's going to say, okay, do you want a shave? Do you want other things? As opposed to if I walked in there, I would have said, I just want a haircut in and out. So from a loyalty perspective as well, when you digitize, it's, we used to have those cards when you go to the car wash with the stamp, get the 10th car wash free. And everyone had those cards. But it's digitizing all of those things. So when we talk about the ecosystem, it's not just about payments. It's how do you create that loyalty to a business, to get that returning customer, because the point is it's harder to get a new customer than retain an existing customer that you have. And that's a key tenet around that still supports small business. And so when we look at small business, there's always three parts that we think about. And the slide, if you can see, it's quite small. The first one is how do business make payments? And that is to suppliers. If you think about things like rent, things like for your vehicle, you have to fill fuel. There's lots of operational costs that come around running a business. Then it's about how to receive payments. And receiving payments is, the easiest thing is to think about card. You have a card machine. What we've seen, and you see the image there, now even globally, technology has moved where your smartphone will be able to accept, is the equivalent of the device. You can literally have the software running on your phone and someone can tap their card on your phone. So, and that means, if you think about it, the ability to accept payments will become the same like today. In other parts of the world, is like even the payments are built into WhatsApp. There's PayShop, there's lots of technology and enhancements around payments, but the ability to receive the payments means there's also greater opportunity to then get income. And the last one is around personal payments. I think, like my anecdote about when I speak to my mom and, I was their investor, into their business, a lot of, and mom did it, and I'm sure a lot of you in the room do it, you know, when you need money, you need money. Is that money sitting in your personal account or in your, you know, that's what you have to do to access the money. But the reality is, if you formalize the business side of things in terms of making payments, it also gives you an opportunity to go to the bank or the financial institution and get a loan. And I know, even in my dad's case, you know, there was always a perception credit was bad, or, you know, credit is a trap. But the reality is, whether you're taking the book with making notes and you're saying, okay, that's how many liters of paint you took and whatever sandpaper and whatever else you needed from a consumables perspective, that is still a form of credit. And the reality is, it is a irony of life. The more credit you take and the more successful you are in paying it, the more access and credit you unlock. So, and that gives also this very clear terms around it. And so for us, from a Visa perspective, we look to support, and it's not just me, I'm just one individual, multiple people across the continent looking at how do we help the various partners in the ecosystem to digitize payments. And the reality is, and if you talk about, and I know the question came up around the 2.6% or the what we call MDR, which is merchant discount rate, the cost of accepting the card payment. The flip side is, the way I think of it is, what's the value of accepting the payment? Because if someone comes to you and says, I want to pay by card, and it says, I don't accept card, and they don't have cash, then you've pretty much lost that sale. So there's also that, and then you're going to get, there's the upsell part of it. So that value of acceptance also means that you give the customer who's willing to pay the options to say, if you have cash, pay. If you have card, pay. And I think that's the narrative and how we look to build the ecosystem is from small businesses, communities, and the township is, and the previous speakers also mentioned it, the township is a key focus area, not just for small businesses, for the large corporates. In my previous role, I worked at a bank. The large FMCGs, the likes of Coca-Cola, British American Tobacco. The reality is, the communities and the townships that we come from, it continuously moves every single day. It's not waiting for anyone. And I guess one of the final points, just if there are any of you that have a small business account with the bank, it could be, all you need to do is check on your bank card in the bottom right. You should see a Visa logo, and you'll see on this slide is a link. But today, if you have a small business account with any of the major banks through Visa, you actually have discounts that's available to you. Things like if you're using Microsoft 365, or if you're using, if you need to hire a car, there's lots of. We recently included some of the fleet. So like if you have a tracking device, if you actually just go to the website, you can actually redeem a discount on it. Because what we as Visa are trying to also invest in is, what is the value add to small businesses? Because any rand saved is a rand earned as well. So I'll leave the slide on if you want to jot down the URL, which is the address of the website, or even scan the QR code. But these are the things that we also are continuously looking to bring to the table and improve on, and including sessions like this and actively engaging with the communities like we are here today. So that's it from me. I don't know if there's any questions. Yes. Cool. I think they're coming with the mic.
Good day. My name is Paul Masilo from a company called Freshmore Brands. We the first company in Africa to manufacture mouthwash packaged in a sachet. We also do biodegradable toothbrushes. My question to you and to the previous speakers, especially on your opening slide, you had a statement that says, pay and be paid, which means it's money coming in and money going out. But one of the struggles that we face as entrepreneurs is that challenge of generating income, balance, and trial whatever statements. Because those are your data that helps you to understand the health of your business. So my question is, what maybe future development ideas do you have around helping us? Because some of us are not that maybe accounting savvy to understand how to generate an income and probably a balance sheet and a trial balance. But those are very important for us to make decisions for our business. And it's a struggle for us as entrepreneurs, especially in the township. We could be good maybe in producing our products. We could be good in maybe doing whatever. But that key document of your income, balance sheet, and a trial, whatever thing, they're very important to help us to make better decisions. And therefore, it means when you are getting money from us or when we are using your facilities, please help us to generate those, because some of us are not good at them. And they disadvantage us in terms of maybe tapping into your loans or tapping into facilities that can help us to grow the businesses. It's easy to get the money, it's easy maybe to pay them, but the thing is, do I understand the health of my finances and my business? Merry Christmas.
Absolutely. So I guess I have a follow-up question. Whether when you're talking about the understanding, are you talking from understanding and having that financial skills or the tools to do that? Because I guess, ironically, the two slides that I didn't present, one talks about the skills of the understanding of, because the understanding of being able to, like doing your balance sheet or understanding what your flows are, you can do it with a pen and a page, right? But then there's also the tools that help you automate that, and the combination of them is something I can speak to. But I just want to clarify, is it the practical business skills and the tools, or which one?
Digitalizing. So it means we have to automate these things of income, and say, as much as the understanding part probably could be different. I could maybe have a bookkeeper to help me understand, but the generation of it, I think that's more important, because they will ask you, do you have income statements? Do you have annual, statements and stuff like that? But I don't have. Interpretation is another thing. But I'm saying, because we are saying we are digitalizing things or whatever, digitalizing our businesses, it means the generation is a digitalization of the processes of generating income, balances, and whatever statements that are key to our businesses. You gave an example to say your parents, had a panel beating shop, and they would ask you to pay this person and pay this, and you ask them to say, is the business profitable? Which means probably chances are there was no income or statement being generated somewhere, somehow. So we are saying, if we are digitalizing these things, it means help us to digitalize the income, the balance sheet, and everything. Thank you.
So, absolutely. So yes, there are tools. In fact, we're working with our key banking partners to provide that as part of the value proposition. To do exactly that. It's called spend management and expense management tools, which, because the reality is, once you put your transaction on a card, both the incoming and the outgoing, the data exists. So those platforms become part of not just putting a solution in or a card in a small business holder's hand, and that's where I guess the point I was trying about running the business, in order to accept payments versus running the business, those are the tools where it's, direct integration with accounting software, because when it comes to things like if you want to do your taxes, as an example, you need to have that in a structured way to submit it, and that in itself is a task. So yes, we are actively working. We do have solutions that globally exist, and locally as well. They are available at some of our banking partners, and we continue to work with them to try and get as many of those solutions out, because those are and I always say, for a small business owner who's a plumber, you want them to go out there and fix pipes and whatever leaking taps, not to be sitting and trying to reconcile these invoices and trying to find receipts and, chase up people for invoices, or sitting at a branch to try and get a statement. So we actively do engage with our banking partners, and I think one of the things is in digitizing this is not a sort of one-man job. I think that's where, when we always talk about the ecosystem, it's about ensuring that we can bring that data, but ultimately that it adds value to the entrepreneur or the small business owner, and that's the key challenge for us and all our partners as well.
Thank you. So we're gonna, because of time, we're going to open it up for, you're still here, so. Just 2 more questions. But when we come to training developments like this, I think it's important for us to listen and to learn from each other. So then I asked the simple question, is there anybody here that's running an accounting software business? You are. There she is. So already then it's a conversation between 2 of them, right? To help each other. This is business being done like practically right now. So you're going to have a conversation in the time, and then you're going to see how you work together. Fantastic. That's what it's about. It's in the room. It's in the room. Witness is in the room. What you need is in the room, yeah. Don't have to look out far and search and Google and then no. It's in the room. It's right here. Mokatleho. Are we together? All right. There was a hand as well. Yes, please, can we? Thank you.
Okay. Sanbonani. Hi, Anina live. Sanbonani. Ninjani. Okay, my name is Kamuhelo Mahlaule. I'm the founder of Know Your Word Mzansi Foundation. It is a non-profit company, and it does entertainment skills for disabled and disadvantaged within the community. We also do counseling and mentorship programs. So my question would be, I know I need to get a business card, right? So I go there, do you have assistance for a non-profit company like mine? Do you know if a person or a business have challenges and is facing things like requesting for funding, and you can see that I am making money, I do get sponsors, do you offer that kind of support to us? And do you also offer support such as opening doors? Because you can see that there's a business like a non-profitable business, and the money comes in the account, but what are the constraints, the challenges? If I'm not making any profit or I'm running at a loss, and I'm a business partner, do you have support systems placed for my business to grow? Do you and do you also have platforms for us as much as we're using your cards and we're doing businesses throughout the communities and maybe nationwide? Do we have a platform to grow where I say, Visa partnership with Know Your Word is doing something there? Do you have support systems whereby we grow?
That's a lot of questions. Yo! Asibambe lapho sisi. Yeah. Khona la ngithi uzoma khona. Do you have any deal? All right. Let's hold it there. I'll give. Yeah, sure. You can.
I don't know if you guys ever watched the show called Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but there's a part where you phone a friend. I'll invite my colleague Precious to answer, and I think that's a great question, and a lot about what we do is not just on technology, financial, is about how do we show up and from a social impact perspective, and Precious leads social impact for Visa. So I'll give her the opportunity to respond to your question.
All right. That was a very loaded question and a lot of things in there. So I'll try to answer from what I could remember the question. So in terms of platforms, for example, a platform like this one is one of the things that we're looking like, how are we supporting entrepreneurs and small businesses? Like, you know, because creating spaces like this where we can come and we share and we provide access to our partners. So for example, you asked, just so that you understand how Visa works, we do not necessarily work directly with you. We work through our partners, like your shop-to-shop, like your Flash, like the banking partners. And then my phone decides to ring right just as I'm talking. So we work through our partners, and then we provide them with tools so that it is easier for you to transact when you are doing your businesses. Having said that, we also realize the need that access is an important aspect. So when we create spaces like this, to make sure that we bring them in the room, so that when you have questions, you can go to shop, you ask them, you know, then they can help you. We also have programs just around upskilling small businesses. We are currently running a program called, now I'm forgetting the name of the program, Cassandra? No, ITC? She Trades, yeah, it's called She Trades, which is focusing on women entrepreneurs. And part of that, I think it was you who was asking about, you know, the tools that you need to create your financial statements. So some of the things that we do there is, like for instance, when we are here, we are taking down all your questions so that we understand what are the challenges that you have. So that next time when we have an engagement, for example, if we realize that maybe just financial management is something that we really need to be focused on, then we bring in partners that can really talk to help you on how to understand your finances. Yes, you've got the numbers, but how do you understand them? How do you use them? How do you leverage them so that you can grow your business? In terms of partnerships, we do not necessarily partner directly with you. We will partner with like T, who's doing this engagement, and then through them, then they can assist and work with you directly. So we have a number of partnerships. We have a program running with a Womb Hub, but that is focusing on women in STEM, and part of that, you know, there's the upskilling and the development, and we also provide micro grants. But usually our programs, if you do follow us on our social medias, when we do have these programs, you're always welcome to partake in that. But go look online for She Trades program with ITC. We have a webinar running on Thursday as well, and then we've got a few running, and then we'll be having an in-person workshop in Johannesburg in October. So just have a look out on our social media platforms.
Thank you very much. Can we get the mic? The last question. Do you have a mic, ma'am?
Yes. The people at the back, they're not getting any airplay.
They are not?
The people at the back with questions. Oh, sorry.
Oh, on Peggy side, tell you one.
What time is it?
Good morning, everybody.
Askis. Apology accepted. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am. Askis.
Good morning, and still good morning, everybody. My name is Kululwa Nyingane from Ekai Kitchen. We are a catering and events business. My question is to Visa, with your partners, do you guys have KPIs when you create these relationships? One of the issues that I have, especially with the banks, is that we are requested to have relationship managers. And unfortunately, you don't get that full access. of that person to assist you with your finance. And then when there's challenges between you and the relationship manager, you're then stuck with a bank that doesn't help you. A service you don't really get full access to, because the Green Bank has certain opportunities within their ecosystem. But however, if your bank or if your bank account is not on a particular level, they close it without any communication with you, not knowing, which, okay, fine, this is a season where my bank is doing 100 Rand a day or 100 Rand a month. And then there's no communication between you and the relationship manager. So the question is, are there KPIs for the relationships that you have with the people or the partners that you have?
So, short answer is yes. I think, and I guess I touched on it earlier talking about running a small business, but the fact is, when you're engaging with banks or a relationship manager, the more informal your sort of flows are, the harder it is to actually have a conversation. Like the example I gave, when I asked my mom, she'll probably spend half an hour telling me about all the payments and everything else, and telling somebody and showing them is very different. So I think that's the challenge in terms of digitizing. If those flows are coming into your bank account, then that bank account won't become dormant. If the bank account doesn't become dormant, then you won't face a situation where that account's being closed. And I guess the reality is, like most things we do within banking and payments, we always try to balance two things. One, the customer experience, and two, the risk. Because if you are using a bank account or not using it, you don't even know where your card is, there's a risk that somebody will find it, will get your PIN, you know. So those are sort of the activities that the banks generally do to manage the risk. But on the converse side of that, it's not a great experience when you do want to use your card and you put it in the ATM and then it says, sorry, go to your branch. And then you're back to square one trying to get that level of service. So there is a sort of a halo effect or benefit in digitizing and actually formalizing all your activities with your bank, because then it means you have a better conversation with your banker. You know, I mean, I can't tell you how many conversations I had with my mom. Eventually I was like, okay, then the answer is no. You don't know just tell me who to pay, how much, done. And I think that's the part where it's about it's about the skills and the tools, but also around being able to have a better conversation with your banker. And the reality is, you know, like most things, we judge a bank or an individual based on our own experience. You know, you can ask people at bank with 10 different banks and they'll give you 10 different answers around who's the best bank or if it's the best fintech. But I guess the biggest thing is the more prepared and the better equipped you are to have that conversation. And that's where the tools at which we continuously try and add to the ecosystem is about value. Because the point is, if we're just adding tools and technology for the sake of it, it's not going to add any value. But I think that's the level of, and I guess it's also the challenge that you can take back to your bank to say, what tools do you have for me as a small business owner? Like the question the gentleman asked me, that's a great question to ask to your relationship manager. You know, do you have any tools or partners? Because sometimes they don't have any tools themselves, but they can tell you, actually, this is the name of the software, or this is the type of, you know, relationship and partnership. So those partnerships are not exclusive to Visa or to the banks. But sometimes it's just, if you're asking the right questions, you got a much better chance of getting the right answer. Cool.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please can we put our hands together for Tashfir. Visa Commercial Solutions, B2B sales, and the market lead for South Africa. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Question also.
Oh, you have a question?
Yes.
Oh, you got the mic?
Yes, I got the mic.
Figure kanjani mic lapho?
I figure, last case. My name is Tokolo Tao, from a company called Bicycle, PTY Ltd. We specialize in consultations and multimedia company, and also we develop policies. My question is, it's based on your partnership, the partnership and the policy perhaps in line with monitoring cash flows and the policy and the standpoint of Visa. I understand that Visa takes pride in terms of monitoring the cash flows and all the businesses and banks because they are the partners. So in one of the things that I've heard, they mentioned a product called One Voucher, that specifically one can buy a voucher and take the number and use the number elsewhere. So the question is that, is there perhaps a policy which is in line with our cyber security constitution or legislation, similar with the banks that says that if there's a certain amount of money that comes to your account, then your account will be blocked? Why I'm asking this question is because the amount of crime that we have in South Africa, it's based on online, basically, a cyber. So do you perhaps, let's say, for example, 20,000 comes to your account, and then the bank will cut or will close your account. So I just wanted to know, does a product like One Voucher has that policy? And what is your standpoint based on that?
So I can't speak to One Voucher in particular because I'm not familiar with the product. What I can say, every bank in South Africa is highly regulated in two things. On a consumer side, it's called Know Your Customer, KYC. So when you take your proof of residence and your copy of your ID, that is for them to perform the KYC. On the business side, it's KYB, Know Your Business. And I think the key point around that is if you are running a business and you're getting flows in, the reality is, I mentioned around the risk versus the customer experience. If there's all sorts of, and I guess South Africa is not immune to it, but in other parts of the world, but including South Africa, things like banks have to also look out for things like terrorist financing, where you see irregular monies flowing in. You have things like mule accounts, where people are using somebody else's bank account. So those all are on the financial institution to perform to ensure that if it is being flagged, it could be fraud, it could be, there's many different types of fraud. But the point is, if there is a breach, that someone in what we could refer to as the ecosystem pays for it. So what we as Visa do, if you purchase on a credit card, you have purchase protection on a lot of products to say if you buy and your goods don't get delivered, or when the goods are delivered, it was incorrect and you can't claim it back from the merchant. Those are things that you can claim back from the issuer. Those are the values from a bank perspective that we as Visa have as part of our value proposition and what we bring to the partnership to ensure that if there is fraud on your account, that it is protected, and that works a lot on our credit products. So there's those sort of benefits that are there to protect. And another good example on the business side is something we called liability waiver insurance. Sometimes employees, the people that you employ, also would get hold of your card and will make a purchase. If you don't have the visibility of your spend, it could be 6 months down the line that you realize, actually, this wasn't me, this wasn't related to the business, and that person has left the company. So it's those sort of things that are there as benefits to the product, but the reality is the compliance around knowing your customer, knowing your business, securing that ecosystem is everybody's responsibility, and that's also onto the consumers and the small business owners. A lot of how we protect the ecosystem comes from the PIN, starts with the PIN, the card, your access to your online banking, all of these things, and it's those sort of things that exist today. But the reality is, like most things, I always say the fraudsters and the scammers don't work. They don't work office hours. That's their full-time job. 24/7, they're looking for any vulnerability, and that's why it's one of our core tenets as Visa.
Thank you. Where's the mic? Keep the mic there with you. Thank you so much, sir. Much, much appreciated. One more time, a round of applause. Please, can you stand? All right, we've got 2 more presentations and then it's lunch. And yeah, obviously. And we've got an incredible surprise for every single one of you for lunch. Are we still together? We're still enjoying and we're still learning, right? Thank you very, very much. I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Ntando Shezi is one of the co-founders of Mustard Finance, which is a working capital finance business that is focused on supporting businesses in the informal market to grow. The impact of Mustard Finance has been through their merchant stock advancement product, in which over 100 million has been deployed to support entrepreneurs in the FMCG and artisan sector. With a 99.98 repayment rate, they've got a story to tell. Tando, please come onto stage, my brother. Please let's put our hands together for Tando. Can I also have a clicker? I think he went out with the clicker.
Sanbona, I think as the person was asking a question earlier, let the Sanbona have a bit more energy. Sanbona? Fantastic. And I know I'm like the second to last speaker before lunch, right? And you might be looking at me and looking at lunch. So just to maybe have a bit more energy, can we just maybe like stand and just like stretch a bit so that you can listen to me, right? Yes, just like stand, stretch, you know? Because I know maybe you're falling asleep and you're thinking about lunch so that we can start properly. Right, cool. No, that looks like enough stretching. Please be seated. Thank you so much. Cool. Okay. Right, so thank you just so much for everyone. As I'm about to present, so again, my name is Ntando Shezi from a company called Mustard Finance Group. So we are a funding house / fund that is backed by Alan Gray. So we're just so privileged for Alan Gray, for them to give us these opportunities to come and engage with entrepreneurs here in Katlehong. So yeah, it's just such a pleasure to be here. So the interesting thing for me is that Mustard Finance was built out of a personal experience that I had. So I was in a township in Cape Town when I still lived in Cape Town. I was doing some market research and I came across a small business who was crying. And when I asked them why they're crying, they were like, they never know who to feed. Is it themselves? Is it their business? Or is it their family? You know, and after this interaction, I realized that there was a deep working capital problem that they had because they had no avenues to go to for working capital. So I came back into the office, and from there, that's where Mustard Finance was built. So let me just see if this clicker is working. Fantastic. So we all understand that the nature of SMEs in the township are really largely informal, unbanked at times, and there's not a lot of avenues where you can go to for financing and it's interesting that it's going to be me and then it's going to be a corporate banking partner that's going to come because I'm an emerging fintech, so you will hear a lot of difference in how we attack this problem. But due to the informality of small businesses within the township, you never really know where to go for working capital. You really never know where to go for financing because there's so many like requirements for you to have to receive financing. And that's where we really spend time building up a solution that is tailored for this market. And also, when you look at that stat, there's a huge working capital problem within the continent. And this is a problem that most corporates are trying to fix, fintechs are trying to fix, which is around working capital. And you can see that stat there in South Africa, how it looks in terms of working capital. So, Mustard Finance Group was then born as an embedded financing partner for entrepreneurs within the township market. So we've initially started within the FMCG space, within the spaza store industry where we started, where we embedded our technology with leading wholesalers, where we were allowing entrepreneurs to basically, just from us analyzing your purchases, we were able to finance you. Because usually when entrepreneurs need financing, things that are asked for, it's bank statements, it's things around your credit history. And most of us, you know that when we look at your credit history, there's a lot that has happened in the past, right? And it limits you from accessing financing, you know? And sometimes you even run away when people start talking about your credit history, because there will be a lot that is unraveled and unveiled with your credit history. So we looked at that and said, you know what? Let's reward you for what you do on a daily and a weekly basis, which are your purchases, right? Because you are always buying from a supplier. You are always engaging with a supplier to do business. So we embed our technology into various supplier bases, and we credit score you based on the purchases that you actually have within the supplier base. So as a start, we started in the FMCG space with spaza stores, and we just looked at 6-month purchase history and said within a 6-month window period, we are able to understand your business back and front. And then we then make a credit decision based on that. So we finance businesses from as little as 5,000 Rand to as much as 250,000 Rand. Starting from FMCG, we've now expanded to the artisanal space. We are also looking into other businesses that might have, let's say, invoice discounting issues or purchase order financing requirements, where we then finance you and enable you to grow your business. So what is very important for us is embedding ourselves within your suppliers. So, because everyone here does have a supplier that they engage with. And I'm here today to actually understand more about other sectors that we can tap into. Because as the brother said here, with the models we've built, we've been able to deploy way over 100 million Rand within the township market, surely focused in the township. We don't do any other space apart from the township, and our repayment rate has been 99.9%, where we put out money and the money comes back. And it's because we are really integrated within the suppliers that you guys interact with, right? So firstly, we are embedded, but also secondly, we look at sectors that are demand inelastic. So even based on what is happening within the economy, we look at, is this sector that you're dealing with a sector that is consistently growing, right? We know that food, people always need food. We know that people always need services. We know that people are always engaging with businesses within the township, regardless of what is happening within the economy. And those are the sectors that we look at. And you can see that the other differentiators that are there that I will not elaborate on, because this is a workshop, right? And I'm wanting to optimize the session for more engagement so that we can understand more what we can do for you. And as I said there, within the FMCG space, we've dealt with wholesalers such as Devland Cash and Carry, Big Save, Cambridge Foods. So it was a business that was acquired in Tembisa that has now become Save More, and this is within FMCG, so like fast-moving goods and where you are buying products. But as I'm saying, we are open to engage further within other industries to understand which other partners can we embed ourselves quite deeply in so that we can grow with you. So apart from the informal retail space, we are also looking at other verticals such as the agricultural space. So let's say you are in fresh produce, agriculture, we are here to engage you. Are you in catering? I heard there's a catering business. We're here to engage you. Are you in a business that you think is growing within the township market? We are open to engage you so that we can grow with you as you're growing moving forward. And then, as I just explained earlier, how our solution really works is that the first point of call is us engaging with you to understand which supplier are you working with. So let's say, for example, you are a business that is engaging with a wholesaler and you've been buying goods over, let's say, a 2-year period. So we will ask for your particular details from that wholesaler, and through our integrations with some of our partners, we are able to then extract your purchasing data from that wholesaler. And then from there, we are then able to look at that purchase data or whatever data that you have, score it, and then give you an amount that we are able to finance you in with regards to that supplier. And then once we've given you that particular amount of financing within that particular supplier, we then give you a 14 to 30-day repayment period where you take the financing and then you pay within this period, right? And we charge a very nominal fee for that because our partners are Allen Gray, so there's a large impact lens that is here, right? Us wono mashonisa, right? We're not here to kill your business, but we're here to power your business to grow moving further. So what's very important for us is that, are you consistently buying from a particular supplier? Are you consistently engaging with your supplier base? And if you think you have a good relationship with a supplier base, you are growing within the supplier base, we are willing to engage you so that we can grow with you, right? Are you still with me? Fantastic. Look at me, look that lunch is coming soon, but we will engage, right? So here, this is just a quick case study where beyond the FMCG space, we even looked into the petroleum space with petrol stations. Let's say we have a forecourt and you're running a petrol station. We're even willing to engage you there because there's always going to be a supplier that you engage with, right? So I chatted about that. So for me, what I'm here to do is to understand the various needs that you as small businesses have here. And I'm here to understand, how can we help you to grow your business? How can we help you to maybe plug in and understand you maybe might have invoice discounting issues, right? Where your customers take very long to pay you. We're willing to engage you on that. You know, you might have purchase order issues. We're willing to engage you on that. But also you might even just have normal working capital issues. We're willing to engage you on that. And I think as an emerging fintech, we are much quicker, more flexible than our respected banking incumbents, and we respect them and we engage with them. So I think for me, it's just that openness to be like, we are here to build with you, and come, let's talk, so you can ask the questions. Thank you so much. Yo, wow.
Thank you, sir.
There's quite a lot of questions, eh? Okay, can we please have that contact slide again? It seems like people will want to take a picture of that.
The slide, can we have the slide up?
Contact slide again.
My brother with the mic, where are you? You there? All right? Because you like it because it's next to you, you might as well ask the question.
Okay, Sanbonan Dumelang. My name is Pumzile. I'm from a company called Lunwabo Holdings. We are dealing with catering. Putintando, now I would like to ask Uguti, as we mastered finance, like are you
Sorry, Sister. This step. Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that.
Sure.
Like I would like to know, do you find new babies or you find everybody?
So in a sense that new babies, your business is
Yeah.
very new.
Yeah.
So we tend to look at a business that's been operating from a year moving forward, because we usually want to then see that there's been a level of economic activity that you've had with your business. But let's look at your scenario. You're a catering business, and let's say you land a huge contract, like let's say maybe with an events company that wants your catering services. We can look at those particular cases because there's a contract that is attached to that new business. But if you are just doing business on a day-to-day basis, we'll most probably look at 1 year operations moving forward. I hope that answers your question. Fantastic. Thank you.
Please give the mic to the. Let's start this side. Hi, manje. Yo, ngifuna ungibulala. Yes. Yeah, I'll keep going. I see you, my brother. I see you.
Sanman, my name is Tuli. I'm coming from Efos under Pure Unique Creations. Well, it's an event company, events and management. Well, besides the events one, I just wanted to ask you, Uputuguti. I hear with Mastered Financing Group also caters with that check how does your cash flow goes by. But then I'm asking your Mastered Finance Group, are you guys giving us mentorship after you've already given me the financing? Are you therefore coming back to me and saying, okay, fine, signigile a certain amount, then how does your business grow? Give me mentorship in my business so that ngizokwazi ukuthi ngisustain i-finance yami. Ngiyabonga.
So within the business, we do have customer success representatives, right? So firstly, they provide support, but also they ensure there's success in your business, where after we finance you, you are allocated to that success rep who will basically track your development in terms of how your business is going, right? So we don't, as I said, as we are Mashonis, right? So we're not just here to finance you and leave you out, but we track also the development of your business to see, okay, let's say we've worked with you for 6 to 12 months. At month 12, what are your needs at month 12? How can we tailor our support at month 12? What other business opportunities can we link you up with so that we ensure that there's success? So to answer your question very straight, we do provide support and we track you as you grow along the way.
Thank you. Let's go up. Let's go up. Yeah. Is that hand? Okay. This is a fake, Mike.
It's on.
Now you're born. I'm 7 Yes, let's shoot. Thunderstorm, so let's move. Let's go.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sala Nyimba. I'm from Mapanga section in Katlehong. Currently, I have a tutoring business called Greater Heights in Katlehong, and then I'm a co-owner of a spaza shop with my mother. So our biggest issue with stock on credit is when we had an issue with a certain company where they offer us stock on credit. But when we go to our wholesalers, they do not trust the process. So what do you guys do? Do we inform you of the wholesaler we want to go to, and then you contact them? Because once we went to certain wholesalers, they didn't trust their process. They were like, these companies do not pay us. So now we had the opportunity, but there was no relationship between the person that was going to fund us and our wholesaler. There are certain wholesalers that you guys usually put there for us, but they are not around Katlehong. So then how do we work about that?
No, fantastic. Thank you so much for that question, right? So, as you saw in that presentation, there were at least 3 wholesalers that are quite prominent in the south. So like Soweto, also in Mamelodi by Pretoria, and Tembisa. And it's actually the reason why I'm here, to then understand which wholesalers are more prominent this side, so that we make direct contact with them. Because as I said, we integrate quite deeply within the wholesaler. So no financing is made before we are actually deep within their systems. They know us, our technology is interacting with their technology, and there's also already money flow within the wholesaler. So let's say you tell me about a wholesaler that's prominent in Katlehong, we will make contact, we will build rapport with them, we will then integrate, and then once that is done, we tell you, no, Seswam, your account is ready. Even before you even come, money is allocated to your account so that you don't just buy and then we send money afterwards, right? Because from our interactions with the wholesalers, there's been a lot of fraudulent activities that have happened because of that, where financier says, go take stock, I'll pay afterwards. And some of the big wholesalers around the country are not doing that anymore. So yeah, we literally cross a lot of checkpoints to ensure that there's seamless like processes for us and the wholesaler, but also for you as a customer.
Thank you. Please give them. Sada.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a farmer, and I'm farming in a local school. So my question with you is that, do you guys offer e-land for us to crop? Because my business basically does, it's a training, business service. So I'm facing a lot of theft, and it's not easy farming in that place anymore. So I just want assistance in getting a property where I will farm freely and be able to make profits out of that. Thank you.
No, thanks. So that is a very unique scenario, right? Because I think for us, as I explained, we usually finance stock, right? Like just the movement of stock. So in a scenario where you say to me, I already have produce that I've made. There's a client that is buying from me. Please finance me so that I can produce more. We usually look at those scenarios because we look at very specific around stock. But I'm guessing within a workshop like this, there's a lot of partners that can look at those scenarios, right? Because it's also an impact workshop, and there's a lot of us just trying to figure out how we can assist. I'm guessing interacting with one of the visa representatives can really help you so that they can lead you the right way. But in that particular scenario, we unfortunately don't look at that.
Sure. Thank you so much, my brother. I'm sorry, but because of time, you still around?
Yes, I'm
still
around.
You still around?
Yes.
So they can come and see you during the break. All right. So you can still come and see Ntando Shezi, one of the co-founders of Mustard Finance. Ntando. Come through, bro. So there's two things. Please, can you stand right in the middle? We'll take one without the gift first. Straight there. Yeah, straight there. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ntando Shezi. We've got our last presentation. Sure. Thank you, sir. So I see that a lot of the questions have been really around financing, funding, money, loans, etc. And I think our next presenter, Mr. Mpofu, Mr. Charles Mpofu from Nedbank, will touch on a lot of that. So a lot of the questions that you wanted to ask, I think, will be answered. In his presentation, Charles Mpofu holds an advanced certification in management practice from the Henley Business School and has completed a finance for non-financial manager course at Wits Business School. With a background in short-term insurance and over 20 years experience in the banking sector, Charles has extensive expertise in financial management and more. So over 20 years, there's a lot that we can learn from Mr. Charles. Mr. Charles Mpofu, please come onto stage. Can we put our hands together for Mr. Charles Mpofu? from Nedbank, the bank that helps you see money differently. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm seeing if you've got some money or something.
Yeah. Plenty in my pockets.
Okay, good.
Good morning, everyone. It's already afternoon. I would like to first express my disappointment. I was telling my colleague over there, I heard when they mentioned lunch, I heard some business people scream, yeah! As for lunch, doesn't sound business-like. I'm glad that my slot came now, just before lunch. Let's get down to business. Let's be serious. Let's talk money here. Forget lunch. Lunch is there, it's not going anywhere, and it's yours. So don't scream for it, it's coming. So, like they mentioned, my name is Charles Mpofu. I'm from Nedbank, a department called Financial Wellness, where we talk about how to manage finances. We know that a lot of people, business people, aspiring business people, and those who are still dreaming to be business people, we talk a lot about business, but we forget what forms the basis of business. When you go into business, what is it that you're looking for? Money, right? But number one, do you know how to manage money? Are you rushing to get money, or do you know anything about money? On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being very poor, 10 being very good, rate yourself. How good are you in managing your personal finances? I'm not even talking about business finances. Okay, don't tell me, tell anybody next to you. Tell everyone next to you. And when they tell you, look them straight in the eye. Look them straight in the eye. They're lying to you. Thank you. Thank you. So, before we move into talking about managing business finances and asking for visa, talking about shop to shop and everybody else, do you think these people will give you money when you can't even manage your own money? Let's be realistic, people. Let's go back to basics. So, for starters, let's talk a little bit about managing your own personal finances. I'll ask a simple question. And I want you to be honest with me and yourself. Who of you here have their accounts in a minus? Raise your hand. We do have some honest people here. There are the hands up. Thank you very much. And who of you here have R1 million sitting in their bank account? We do have one. Please, if you don't have money, don't make noise. There's one over there. So, today's session is very short, and I'm just going to talk to you about simple things. First, if you want to be a successful business person, you need to know how to manage finances. And before you manage business finances, you need to learn how to manage your personal finances. How do you manage your personal finances? We've got this program called Financial Health, talks about being financially healthy and being financially unhealthy. As money experts who do good, we equate money to physical health. Hence, my reason here today is to help you see money differently. When you leave here, go and check your finances. Ask yourself, can you do a simple thing such as a budget? Do you know how to budget? Do any of you have a budget here? Thank you very much. So if you don't, find out what is a budget. And if you can't get any answers, I'll give you my numbers. You can contact me. We will talk about it. Secondly, when you own business, even before we go there, as an individual, do you know how to manage your credits? How bad are your debts as we sit here? Have you guys paid all your account on time this month, the right amount? So people, let's be realistic. Don't just run to start managing businesses. Make sure you get your basics right. Number 3, when you run your business or as an individual, you need to know something about saving and investing. Are we aware of that? Are we doing it? Great stuff. For those of you who are saving and investing on a personal level, big up, because your business is going to thrive. You take it from home first, and you take it to the business. If you're not doing it at home, there is no way you can master it in the business. Lastly, we had a lot of partners here who have been talking. They're talking about different products that you need for your business to thrive. Do you know which business is suitable, which product is suitable for your business? Do you have any idea? Or you just listen to your friends when they say, I've got this product, you run and buy it, and it doesn't work for you, you buy another one. You need to know how to profile your business. Very important. So today, I'm not going to talk more about how you manage your personal finances, because I've got confidence that majority of you know that. I've heard while I'm listening that most of you are already in business, which means it's happening. So, if you are able to separate your personal finances to your business finances, those are the basics. You must have your personal accounts separate to your business account. Whatever you do on a personal level shouldn't be mixed up with your business. If you're swiping your personal card, swipe it for personal things and make sure that it ends there. When you swipe your business card, for those of you who've got business accounts, make sure that that business account is specifically used for business. And I can tell you, everybody who spoke here, when you want to use their products, they would like to see that. They would like to know if your business account is strictly for business. If you're going to be swiping tops, you save, buying your personal stuff with a business account, you're going to have challenges to access finances or business products. The other thing that I want to bring to your attention today is that for both business and personal, we've got gadgets that you can use. From our language, we talk about tools. And when we talk tools, we're talking about instruments and products. Products, we mean accounts. Let's talk about products first. When you run a business moves from one stage to the next. It doesn't start as a corporate. It starts as a side hustle. So when you start a side hustle, when you go to a bank, whichever bank you bank with, they should be able to advise you on the type of account that is right for the profile of your business. You don't go there and say, I need to open a check account for my business. They will open any account for you. You must remember, bankers also have targets. And when you go there and you want to open an account and you, just because you run some business you think you know, you tell them what to do, they will do exactly as you say, and it will be wrong. But if you explain to them what type of business you're running and what type of assistance you need, they will do what we call a needs analysis. So, for the bank account that you have, did your banker do any needs analysis before they opened the account? Did they offer you a choice on the baskets of different products that you can choose from? Lucky you. Some of you were not that lucky, right? So make sure that when you go to the bank, or even now that you've got an account, check if your account is the right one for your business. Accounts these days are linked to apps. We call it a money app at NetBank. This app, on a personal basis, helps you run your finances from home. You don't need to go to the branch. You don't need to go to the ATM. Sometimes you don't even need to go to the supplier when you come to business. You do everything on the app, running your business and minimize on time. So you use the app to save time that you will be running up and down, spending petrol for things that you can do from your business or from home. Same applies to business apps. With some banks, one app can run your personal life and also your business. So you open one account, you open one app, and you link both accounts, your business and your personal account, and you run both staying at home. With these apps, that's where we come in as money experts who do good to help you bank cost effectively. You are able to go into an app and check which account attract more costs and which account will give you more interest. And these are the things that you don't need to be running up and down, going to the bank to stand on the queue to ask. You get it on your app. Banking cost effectively. With your app, you are able to transact in terms of paying and getting people to buy from you. You use your app to purchase online or physically with the app. Since NetBank is one of those green banks, we try to educate people about the environment. Now lately, printing paper is a thing of the past. You no longer need to produce a paper invoice. You can invoice digitally with the gadgets that are available at the moment. So make sure that your bank that you're banking with has got such an capability in your app so that you can minimize expenses of buying paper to produce invoices all the time. Remember, if you buy 5 reams of paper in a year, you've spent a lot of money that you can save to grow your business. The other thing that I want you to bring to your attention is I heard a lot of people here talking about funding, financing, and stuff like that. These are the things that you need to do digitally these days. You don't have to wake up in the morning, get dressed in a suit like those old days, and then go make an appointment with a bank branch manager. No. You do everything digitally. If you need to apply for a loan to grow your business, you even get incentives for having saved the bank some time. You know, banks these days get very happy when you don't come to the branch. When you come to the branch, you're wasting their electricity, you're wasting their energy of their staff, you're even taking a bit of oxygen in the branch. So it's very important that you familiarize yourself with digital applications. You can apply for anything digitally. If you need to finance vehicles, you need to finance property, you need loans to grow your business. All these things are available in digital apps. With the digital apps, the banks have created a way to communicate securely these days. When they communicate with you, talking about money coming in, money going out, new products, they no longer send you an SMS like they used to do. Because when they send you an SMS, you know that when you lose your phone, I had people talking about losing gadgets or having them stolen. If somebody's got your phone, they've got access to your SMS, and they can see how much money you still have as your balance and all that. So now, all the messages go into your app, and your app is secured either by a PIN or by your biometrics. Thank you very much. So it is important as business people to make sure that these are the things that you prioritize when you're thinking about running your business and making sure that you run it securely. We have different learning platforms about how to manage finances. And when we talk managing finances, we don't only talk about personal finances. We're talking about business financial literacy. When we talk business financial literacy, there is about 5 modules that you guys need to make sure that you're familiar with. For those who might have missed the basics when you start your business, which is very important. Some of you started your business while you still had your 8 to 5. So we do have a module that talks to you about how do you start a side hustle while you're still keeping your 8 to 5. We make sure that your side hustle doesn't interfere or conflict with your 8 to 5. We give you all the advices on how to do that and make sure that your side hustle should form part of your passion. It must be something that you are willing to do even after hours. So that is the starting point. Secondly, we talk about the basics of starting a small business. Look, you might be running your business now and you find that it's doing well in its middle, early stages, but as it grows, business can easily overwhelm you because of the income that you're making, and you start failing to manage, and you are surprised why you start failing after you thought you were successful. So there are basics on how to manage that type of business. The next point is how to bank cost effectively. If you run a business and you're still banking under the mattress, you're heading for a disaster. You need to make sure that your business has got an account, and for that account, you need to have a relationship with your bank. You don't just bank, today you talk to this one, tomorrow you talk to that one. You must have a relationship manager. So your bank has to assign you somebody who will be responsible for you, who will hold your hand and grow your business with you. I had somebody asking here that if you give me this product, are you letting me run on my own or something like that? No. When you open an account with a bank and it's a business account, they assign you what we call a small business manager. The small business manager will help you with looking at your cash flow. You need to understand what money comes in, what money goes out, and how to manage your inventory. I was talking to my colleague now outside, and he was telling me that a lot of small business people are even scared to go on holiday. Some of you are even worried while you're here now that what is happening at my business. There are gadgets that banks are offering and my colleagues are offering who have been here this morning that can help you monitor what is happening at your business while you're sitting here listening to me. So those are the things that you need to look at to say, look, on a daily basis, I know by 12 o'clock I've made so much. You'll be able to track it on your gadget, and if you don't see that money, you know something is wrong. And you can go and track what went wrong on that particular day. So you need to have the right tools to run your business. Last but not least, I would like you to know that when you run your business, you never stop learning. If you think you know your business, you know enough to run it to that stage where it is now. If you want it to grow, you need to learn more about that business. On a daily or monthly basis, you need to read what this business is all about, how it grows, and also link up to other people who are running similar business somewhere, who have been successful. Don't link up with the wrong people who are failing. There are some people who are failing and they will give you very bad advice. Or maybe, let me put it this way. They will give you a very good advice on how to fail. So make sure you link up with the right people who will help you grow your business. So you must look out for people who can help you grow your business. Learning about your business, you don't go to school every day. It's a matter of you getting the right gadgets to learn. I'm going to share with you a digital tool that will help you learn about your small business. We've got a WhatsApp chatbot at Nedbank called Loazi. Loazi is a chatbot whereby you engage with WhatsApp at your own time. I can call it a 24/7, 365 digital tool that will help you learn. Take down this number, 066 566 6536. 066 566 6536. Save it on your WhatsApp, and you just say, hello, Loazi. You will see the magic that comes after that. Loazi will help you with information that you never thought you can get with your personal finances and business finances. And for more details about personal financial management and business financial literacy, you're more than welcome to contact the organizers of Tea. They will tell you where to find us, and we'll be happy to assist you. Thank you very much.
One, two. Thank you very much. All right. We're still together. I assume there are so many questions. Before I even got to questions, people had their hands up before you were even done. So I'm going to open it up, sir. I'll take two from the side, and then afterwards, we're going to go to lunch. Straight after we come back from lunch, we've got an incredible networking session, rather a panel discussion that we're going to learn from our mentors. And then afterwards, we've got a group solving challenge that we're going to do. It's really exciting. It's going to be very competitive. I never knew that entrepreneurs in the township are so competitive. But you're going to work as a team because that's what it's about. So let me open up for questions. Can we have the mic, please? Where's the guy with the mic? Yes, sir. Please, can we start on this table and then we'll go up. I'll take also from the side.
Sanbona, so I come from Kasi Digital Displays. So it's more than a question, it's a statement, in fact. Okay, you said that banks and opening accounts, when you get to the bank, they'll tell you, they'll give you options on which bank account to open and all that. And also, they'll assign a small business manager to your specific business. However, I understand where you're coming from, and from the corporate side, that's what the message they're sending down. But then in individual branches, that's not what we get. Yeah? Everyone supports me because I thought I was the only one, or maybe a few people, but then it seems like it's a general thing that people actually experience. Yeah? You're sending the message, but then it's not getting to the people because you walk into the branch, okay. But then onto something else, positive statement now. So adding on to the fact that we are digitizing. So about a week ago, I made a post for the first time. I'm learning AI, designing in AI. I made a post on LinkedIn and it blew up. I had brands contacting me and that was like surreal, yeah? Because I had the concept of reassigning, repurposing internet cafes into content cafes. Because a lot of people no longer want to print out and all that. We grew up using internet cafes. We learned everything we learned in an internet cafe. But then now the youth is very different. They learn, they consume knowledge in a very different way, using content. Words don't work for them. So that's what we're trying to do. That was just a concept I had. It was just an idea, a thought. But then I put it on LinkedIn and then it blew up. Brands started contacting me and all that. So I had a few people, I heard a few people say that they run teaching programs and all that, small businesses. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to build a hub for small businesses because we're going to have co-working space in there and all that. So, hey, let me know. Let's come together and brainstorm.
Fantastic.
Sanbonani, igama lami nguDudu Hadebe, the owner of Stewart Gallery Handmade Accessories. Uyashada, Heritage Month is coming, I'm your girl, ngikushayela ama-beads as I'm wearing watermelon earrings khona manje ngizenzele. Thank you. Ngicela ukubuza ukuthi iNetbank inayo i-tax-free account as an option. Luckily mina with my bank, ngile ngathola umuntu onga-advise right ukuthi the type of a business that I'm doing, iyiphi i-method or i-option ekumele ngiyithathe for ama-savings, ukwenzela nanokuthi singazitholi silaphaya ku-minus most of the time. Hence I'm asking, do you guys have tax-free account?
Tax-free, that does not get taxed.
Thank you for that question. It's unfortunate that today the day is jam-packed. There is a lot that we need to talk about, so we don't have all the time. Like when we run a full training program, we touch on that. On the first pillar that I spoke about, we've got a program called Consumer Financial Education, and the last module, it's called Banking Products and Services. That's where we break down all the types of accounts. But to answer your question, yes, there is a tax-free investment account. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, can you go look at all lady there?
Sanbonani, igama lami uSibongile van der Merwe. I run mobile beauty spa. Before COVID, I had the location for the spa. So now that Guapela, after COVID, I run mobile. Now, I want to find out if Netbank would open a business account for me since I'm mobile, ngena location for the business. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I know that there will be a lot of questions in terms of banking, more especially directed at Netbank as such. I just want you to know that if your question is not answered, I've got my colleagues outside, I've got a small business manager sitting there, and I've got bankers from the branch. They will be able to answer all your questions. Coming to you, Sisi, when you have a mobile business, when you go to the bank, you engage with a small business manager. They're going to do a business analysis, look at the concept of your business, go through all the requirements for that type of business. It's another type of business, a mobile business. We do have mobile coffee shops. We once had one who even won a prize at tea. He had a mobile coffee shop concept. So I would say engage with a business manager, share with them your business plan, and if you don't have one, I can tell you they can even help you, and then they will also help you register your business and all those kind. So you're welcome to go and request for a small business manager.
Thank you. So I do see that there are a lot of questions. And we've got our net bankers at the back. Please can you stand up so they can see you, Kupa? Okay. All right. So there's a store outside, yeah? Yeah. There's a store outside, 2 stores. Hey, you're fighting. He said come with 1, come 2. Let's make sure. My brother, please can you give the mic to the gentleman there?
Sanmonan, Linjani God. Mthanda ukubonga isikhathi nethuba igama Freeman from Freeman Hardware and Renovations. Ngicela ukubuza kubaba uMpofu. Ninayo i-platform ye-marketplace for ama-entrepreneurs yini ku-app yenu. Nakho ngaphandle kwalokho, kuleyo marketplace, umuntu obhenka ne-different bank liyakhona ukumamukela yini noma okwesithathu then sorry ulwazi uyakhona ukum-accessa yini ungenayo account ne-Nedbank. So ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the 2 questions. I'll start with the first question. I think, first, thank you for calling me Ubaba. I wanted to check if I qualify. I saw somebody with white beards, Bambus Ubaba. Now I want to be Ubaba. So, first question. Yes, we do have a marketplace. And this marketplace works like this. For those who bank with Nedbank, who've got Nedbank gadgets, there is a time in a year where you are invited at the Nedbank campus to come and display your offerings. And all the Nedbank in total has got about 28,000 staff members will have access to what you are selling, excluding our clients. Over and above that, we've got a digital platform called Avo. You can Google it. If you go into Avo, all our merchants, our clients, have access to sell their products on that digital platform. And it's very secured because it's linked to Nedbank. And you can do a lot of business with Nedbank staff and Nedbank clients alike.
Thank you, sir. Did you answer?
Oh, Ulwazi. Ulwazi, you know, I'm very proud of Ulwazi. I don't even want to answer your question. If you guys have taken that number down, put it on your phone and go into WhatsApp and say, hi, Ulwazi. Ulwazi is very friendly. Ulwazi is going to respond to you and ask you, what do you want to learn today? Whether you bank with Nedbank or not, Ulwazi can work with anybody, as long as you've got the number. And I'll encourage you to do it now.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody in this room called Ulwazi?
Is there anybody called Ulwazi? Yeah. Oh, we've got 2 of them.
Autam, Ulwazi or tufuna ukubuza a question? Ulwazi. Ulwazi. Oh, then let's make sure, team, can we make sure that he gets a t-shirt, a free t-shirt from T. Yeah, Ulwazi. Ashayeleni ulwazi izandla man. All right. One last question.
Hi, Dumelang le kae? Ke Ntomzodwa Lesapo from company ba re ke Thelekile Projects. Ke na le only one question for Ntate from Nedbank. I just want to know one thing, especially ha re etsa mesebetsi, like when we are tendering, ke into catering le waste management. So I just want to know, sometimes the tonal requirement ba batlang bank rating. So I just want to know from your bank rating, hore di grade tsa lona di sebetsa jwang, and let's say for example if you've got a B or C or E, ke di figures tse dife? Ha ke sure ka tsona, so ne ke need a clarity on that.
Thank you very much for that question. I get it a lot of times because I understand. When I'm standing here, you see Nedbank, limited. So I am the Nedbank that you're looking for. However, those answers comes from our procurement department, and I'm from the financial wellness department. But if you need to get in touch with them, please see me after this. I'll try and get you the details, and then you can link up with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we just, can we get happy? Can we get the mic? Oh, talaga mic. Zogalagi. On this table. Yeah. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Andile Msibi. I'm from Katlehong. So I'm a self-made entrepreneur. I wasn't interested in businesses. So I started operating my business because I received my UIF funds. Reason being, because I was going to use it for my personal use. I sat down with my sister. She told me you must do something about your money rather than using it. So I started my own business. Before starting, I started with my paperwork. CK, opening up a business, tax clearance, like everything. So now, whenever I'm attending these trainings, always same stories. We don't have to ask you questions or what do we need. You always tell us, you must, you must. So I've picked up a point where you said we mustn't swipe our business card at ShopRite. I'm a client at ShopRite. I buy patties at ShopRite. I buy patties at Boxer. So is it right or wrong whenever maybe I want to apply for a funding?
Thank you for that. You came up with something very sensitive. I used ShopRite as an example. And you might have heard me mention ShopRite, Tops. Those are examples of where you can spend on a personal level. Tops, I should have said bottle store, and then ShopRite, I should have said retail store. So let me retract. You can swipe at ShopRite. As long as you're buying stock for your business, you're welcome to swipe your business account anywhere, even at Tops. If you stock at Tops, go and stock at Tops with your business account. What I'm saying is, do not use your business account to buy things for personal use. Buy with your business account for the business. And then you separate it from your personal use your personal account to buy for personal. So please, my sister, feel free to buy stock at ShopRite, Chokas, Spa, anywhere. As long as you're using that account for business, it's fine. You can buy anywhere.
Thank you very much. All right, that comes to the end of our question and answer session. Mr. Charles, you're still here. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. You know the drill. You know the drill. Please look straight into the camera. All right, the guy with the mic. Ola, sure. So I'm going to need, or not even need's not the right word. I'm going to humbly ask for 4 hands to share with us what you learned from this training development this morning. Lessons that you've learned. All right, I see the hand at the back, my brother. 3 takeaways or 3 lessons that you learned from today. Yes, sir. You can go ahead, Shay. Sure.
Greetings and salutations to every single person that's here today. My name is Tawang Musheshe, and I come from a company called Crowd Control, where we introduce kids to the world of esports and online gaming, and being able to engage with the parents and show them the possible opportunities for their kids, turning this hobby into a profitable career. One of the 3 things that I have taken away from this workshop is, number 1, being able to manage the finances of the business, taking into account this NPC that I'm running, from time to time, it doesn't get a lot of money, in which now it alludes to the second thing that I've learned, that personal finances versus the business finances should be separated. So from time to time, I tend to take some of my personal finances and being able to plow it back into the gaming operations, just to make sure that the entire gaming ecosystem works for the advantage of the kids at the end of the day, because sometimes it's very tricky to access funding, especially for this type of business that I'm running, which is very much unique, and it offers a safe space for the kids to just do what they want to do, which is like having fun. But beyond that, being able to like open up a gateway and a pathway for them to be able to turn the hobby into a profitable career. And then the last thing that I have also learned from this entire experience is being able to like take the leap of faith. Sometimes it's scary starting as an entrepreneur. Speaking from experience, sometimes it's very scary to be able to go out there and being able to push your business, irrespective if it's a business that's generating profits or an NPC like myself. It's very tricky to take the plunge, especially taking into account when you are taking uncharted territories, such as myself. So I think the best thing to always learn within business is that you must always take the leap of faith, because you never know when your next investment might be in. But and with that being said, thank you for the opportunity, and may we all grow and rise together as fellow entrepreneurs, not only at Katlehong, but each and every single township that's available like us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, let me not say we are all guilty. So we're having this session around not using your business account, your personal account. Yo. No, there was a mindset, but it's my business. Yeah, most mal. But it's so important. My brother, please, can we get the mic? Naima. Yeah. Your name, your company, and what is it that you've learned from this training development on digitizing your business, digitizing your processes, your marketing, etc. Over to you, ma'am.
Good day, everyone. My name is Diketo Malachi. I'm from D's Crochet. As an aspiring entrepreneur, what I've learned is that I should use my Google Drive as my safe place. Because as a businesswoman who's starting small, I lost pictures because I do advertise my business, and I use my phone on my gallery. So when I lose my phone, I lose everything. I cannot back up anything. And when I sell my products, people want pictures of my work. So I've learned that I should use my Google Drive as my safe storage to store my pictures for reference. And also I've also learned financial lesson, that I should budget, I should be able to save a certain money from my profit. And also I've learned to be out there, that I should use TikTok, my WhatsApp, and also my Facebook, to advertise my business, not to think small, to think large. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Please, can we give the mic? Timer.
Oh, thank you. Spiwe Shabalala from Me Blissful Sundries Enterprise. I'll go straight to what the key points that I sort of gathered with this workshop. There's support in the township. That's what I learned. And for the township business to grow, the encouragement of business to go digital was emphasized. And the business people here were told that they must look at the global picture, not to limit themselves. Those are the three key ones. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Valuable. I'm standing between you and lunch. Thank you so much. So, ngachakela papa. All right. Ushers at the door, please, can you raise your hand? Our ushers. All right. The gentleman that's got his right hand up, please, can you put your right hand up? All right. We're going to exit at the very same door that we came in. And then we're going to open up the double door as well. So you're going to go out the door, get your lunch, and then come through that door. But I told you that we are going to have an amazing lunch. So this lunch has been prepared by local entrepreneurs operating here in the township. We've got Bailey's Quarter, we've got Tops Wrap, we've got Snack Box, we've got juice from yogurt as well. It's going to be great. And then afterwards, we're coming through for our panel discussion, group solving. Because those who stay later on, you might get a second lunch. All right, so please sit down. I'm going to, because Maskapuma song goes by Wish You Wish. So please, I'm going to go table by table. I'll start at the back. The first 4 tables at the back. Everyone else, please sit. There's enough lunch for everyone. We're all going to eat. The tables at the back, the first 4 tables at the back. Please make sure that you do not leave your bags behind, your belongings, your cell phone, your car keys, whatever it is that you came in with, please make sure that you keep it with you. What time is it? It's 1 o'clock. We will be back at 20 to 2. So please make sure that 40 minutes lunch and then we are back. Only 40 minutes. We will be done by 3 o'clock or even earlier. Right. The wrap is fine. Carol, please can we get that other door open so that people can get their food and then they can come back inside or go outside? All right, the front rows, table 2, table 3, table 4, please can you join them? Table 4, please can you join them? Thank you. Kailan buhay nga? Singing Bonil. Workshop that we did. 4-hour masterclass. Yeah, but now I'm short of tools. See, if you watch that YouTube channel, it's all there. Different tools that you can use, different platforms that you can market your business, how do you market, etc.
Oh, okay. Yeah. From that line. That's why I think I can start something.
The right word, but it's when you hear and you learn from someone who's been where you've been. Are you reading a book about some entrepreneur who stays in the States? They don't know the struggles that we face, the challenges that we face. So we've got our mentors, and all of them have done extensive work with entrepreneurs in the township. So we're going to hear from them, we're going to learn from them. I'm going to introduce our first expert mentor, Sister Lisa, the founder of CoLab for Growth. She'll tell us a little bit more about it, but she's from one of the best townships. The best township is Katlehong. Obvious, because in Katlehong, so mangati le yenye township in Zotai, ungasaboy. the founder of Collab for Growth, a personal mastery adventure and venture, a personal mastery and venture building consultancy for SMMEs. She'll tell us a little bit more about that. Please can we put our hands together for Sis Xoliswa. Come on, we can do better than that. Come on, cut the hole. Then we've got Itumeleng Tlhapane, a dynamic and social creative entrepreneur from all the way Kosibukeng. Please can you come on stage, my brother? And I'm told that he's single. I don't get it, entrepreneurs. Now you're running a business. So many things. Hey, the relationship. Hey. All right. Then our last expert mentor is Marang Marikimani, founder of Business Process Mechanics. Please can you put our hands together for Marang? All right, so we are just going to have a discussion, a couple of questions that I'm going to ask our expert panelists, expert mentors rather. They don't like that word expert, but they shy, they humble, but they've done really, really incredible work. And I'm going to start off with you, Sister Xoliswa, around, just briefly, I know I read your bio, but there's more to it. Why the township and why work in the township?
I think the simple answer is Mpumekasi. So Mineka Alexandra. And I think it is important for me in particular to help black businesses to build better businesses. A lot of us are building survivalists. As long as you know. But the reality is that most of our businesses do not survive post the first founder. So when you die, or when you stop working in your business, what happens to it? Exactly. Bese sithini izinto zakhe ziyamlandela. Kanti we did not plan for the business to grow, and I think my whole premise and my whole existence of my business is a venture, as a venture building strategist, is to help small black businesses build growth-orientated businesses that can survive without them.
Thank you. Dumelang, why the township, man?
Dumelang. I mean, the township, I believe, is the hub for a lot of economic activities. And that is why you find big companies are moving to the townships now. Especially for us in retail, you find the biggest corporations, the biggest shops are now moving to the townships. But for me, it's a research paper that I wrote for my research paper when I was still a student at Gibbs. The paper was, why are township-based businesses not scalable, and why is it very difficult, like you are saying, ma'am, for it to move from generation to generation? You look at the biggest shops that have been in the townships, they cannot get to the level of ShopRite. There is a problem. And that's why we started Shape Cafe. The idea is to reshape the narrative of black-owned businesses in townships.
Thank you, sir. Marang?
Firstly, I'm going to pick on you because you didn't mention good naming Pumekas, so I feel left
Oh,
out.
yeah, now you, I'm going to tell you,
No, I grew up in Tembisa, through and through. But for me, so I automate business processes for small businesses. So it was important for me to have left corporate, where we did this for corporate, where you can see that the formula is the same as to how they service you,
They can even tell you the instructions on how you can do this. They are able to scale, they are able to employ more people, but we don't see that in a township. We don't see that with small businesses. So for me, it was really to address that. And digitizing an environment for me means that we're not leaving people behind. We are moving, we're moving into a tech space, but it's unfair that some people get left behind simply because they don't know how to. So it became important to actually go out there, show people how to digitize their environment, show them how they can scale their businesses, show them how they can actually prosper beyond being the first employer, being the only founder of the business.
Sure. A round of applause for our panelists, our expert mentors. So I want to ask about marketing. One of the ladies, one of the entrepreneurs came to ask me on how they can market their business. How can they get the business out there? What are some of the practical tools or marketing tools that entrepreneurs can use to reach more people and also to get people to know more about what they do?
So I think before you even start thinking about the tool, is thinking about the customer. Because the customer dictates the tools that one is going to use. So for instance, a lot of you guys, or a lot of us in the townships, thengisa ukudla, abanye sirana ama laundry, abanye sinama saloon, whatever the offering that you have. Once you start thinking about the customer, who comes into my space, or who uses the product, or who pays for the product that I am selling. Once you can give them a picture, a personality, so I'm serving primarily abo mama, who are in this age group, who have kids, who are in this income group, whatever it is. So you give them a picture, and then you say, what influences their buying decision? Is it price? Is it the status? Kuthi mangenze kule salon la kumuntu ogunda mawugunda elokishini emkhukhwini versus the legendary. Mawuse emkhukhwini awushuthi isithombe. Mara mawuse legendary ushuthi isithombe. So it's a different customer segment, right? So once you first understand the customer, you then say, okay, how does this customer find information? Because the first activity in marketing is, how do I ensure that they can find out about me? And then you say, what are the tools that I can use? Is it social media? Not everyone has to be on social media. Not everyone has to create a Facebook ad. Because if your people are not there, then we are wasting money. So once you find WhatsApp, the simple thing you can create is using WhatsApp messaging to send and using a catalog WhatsApp because you understand your customer. Once they've gotten an interest and found out who you are, and again, not everyone needs a website because a lot of us, we get caught up, understanding your customer, so you say, okay, this is how I'm going to attract the customer. Secondly, this is how I am going to then get them to take action. So what is the action? Do they call me? Do they send me an email? You understand? Service delivery, do they come to me or do I come to them? So you start thinking about those processes in that way, but beginning with the customer, always.
Can I just throw in a tip?
Yeah, sure.
So some of us are in very unique businesses. You're one of a kind in the township. There's not many of you, or maybe there's not many of you doing it, right? So common businesses, we see salons, there's puzzle shops, the dry cleaning services, but then you hear somebody saying, I want to create a content creation space. And it's new, it's a new concept to things. And then I think there's somebody who was speaking about gaming, something that are not very common and familiar. If you have those kind of unique businesses, go and do public speaking to a room like this, where you can actually educate people about the kind of businesses that you are in, right? Because that kind of information is going to change the mindset of people that are coming to face you. It's not easy to be just posting, because sometimes what we read doesn't make the kind of sense, exactly. So, but when you've got an audience of people, we're gonna be speaking, this is a room full of about 300 people, right? This is an opportunity to then market your business, to start talking about what your industry or what your service is doing to change either the economy or the way people interact.
And if you're doing those kind of things, it's information. You become the go-to person for anything that is about content creation or anything that is about gaming. People will go and remember you for that, and you become the primary source of information. They become your customers as well. Those that don't, even if they don't become your customers, they're gonna be like, hey man, that guy always on gaming, maybe something. Next thing, people are asking you about even fixing computers, you know, and it just spirals from there. But to use those kind of activities as marketing tools. For self, I'm just terrible at social media. If somebody else does my social media, fantastic. But me, I'm not going to do it. But I've taken on public speaking as a means to get across my message across to people and use that as marketing.
Thank you. And maybe just to add, once everything is done with the processes that you want to create, there are a lot of tools in the market. We spoke about it earlier. There are a lot of tools. There are a few tools that I think are very practical for me. For those who are using Canva, there is a lot that you can do with Canva, C-A-N-V-A. Recently, what I've gotten away with is to create documents. You see, when you click on that Canva, there is Canva AI. I'm literally creating landing pages and websites there. Literally what you have to do, you click on AI, you click on Code Me, and you prompt what you want it to create for you. Create a website for me as a motivational speaker. These are my prices. It creates the whole entire thing for you. And you've got the free option and you've got the paid one. The freemiums are always good. Another one that I always advise people to take on the free base is MailChimp. MailChimp is an amazing platform. MailChimp, you can do your email campaigning. It's very easy to navigate. What we've done also as a part of marketing and recruitment, we have gotten away also with the idea of asking people to send their CVs. So we go on MailChimp on the survey thing, we create what looks like a mini interview. So we put all the questions, name, ID number, whatever contact details. Tell us about yourself. What is your weakness? What is your strength? Tell us about the previous job. In that way, we've been able to attract talent because sometimes they don't know how to construct a CV that can get them a job. But when you use such platforms, but also it becomes a platform where they share it amongst each other. So for those who never knew about Shape Cafe, now know about Shape Cafe through that platform. There are a lot of platforms. But I think maybe in conclusion with this particular point, one thing that you have to always focus on, once you know your customer and everything, focus on your storytelling. I'm a performer by profession. I'm a theater performer. Storytelling is what I do better. Create the sound bites. And those sound bites are what create curiosity. When a person reads whatever, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, what is it that you want them to do? And my advice is always, in a movie, don't think of yourself as a steering. Be the guy who helps the steering to win. And that steering is the customer. Think Karate Kid, be the Mr. Miyagi. And that's where you create the sound bites. The question would be, let me say, Kibota Marang, what is it that you do? And Marang says, I am a chef. And I asked Oli, and she says, do you know I've realized that a lot of families, they don't spend time together. So now, I can come to your house and cook for you. You see, and those are the stories. They are both chefs, but also in your digital marketing platforms, whatever tool that you use, select very carefully your sound bites and let it be consistent across all platforms. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask a few more questions, and then we're going to get into our group problem-solving session. The question around systems. Systems. I know this X is laughing because it's just like, what? But what system? Someone is sitting here and they are the business, as you said. If they're not working, money's not coming in. So what mindset can entrepreneurs start developing around systems? And what are the practical systems that they can implement in their businesses, slowly but surely?
So you got to think of systems as a way to replicate what you're doing. And ideally, you want to replicate it so that it can happen even when you're sleeping. Nah? So you think about it, some things can happen that way, some things won't be able to happen that way. So in your business, you want to automate as much as possible, create systems as much as possible so that things can happen even if you are not actively doing the job itself. And some of the simplest ways to adopt it is, let's look at the marketing thing because that's the one that starts bringing in your revenue. When you're looking at your marketing, you've got your strategy. A lot of times you don't need, nowadays, because of the tools that exist, you don't have to write what is my marketing steps. So you don't have to write how to create a Facebook post. But you need to think about what is my strategy around marketing. So who do I need to market to, like Xolisa spoke about, who's my target audience that I'm marketing to? What platforms am I going to use to be then marketing this thing to? And what content do I need to prepare to align to the expectations that I have? And you can write all of these things down. You can create the post. You can use the tools that Itumeleng has spoken about, like Canva. You can create those things, and you can schedule the post so that on a specific day, that post goes out even if you are not actively on social media to post it, right? You've got that system for your marketing. In that process, you must then say, once somebody has seen my post, how do I then make them pay for the product and service? Because the sooner you make them pay while it's still hot for them, the easier it is. They mustn't start asking, so ke bokae into e? Ya tura? Ke thola kae? That information must be available on your social media page, on your post. It must be quick. And if I can click on a link to go then pay, the quicker it is, right? If you are selling via WhatsApp, it allows you to create catalogs. I mustn't be asking, so this product, is it available or whatever? You can create all of your inventory and your catalogs on WhatsApp for business, so don't try it on your personal WhatsApp, on WhatsApp for business specifically. You can create quoting systems in there. So when I choose ke batla tablecloth, ke batla ditulo, ke batla le tafole and whatever, on the quoting thing, it gives me their price immediately. If I like it, I pay for it already via WhatsApp. Right? I can create the payment links over there. I accept it, I'm done. You on your other end, you're going to get a notification that says Marang has put in an order, Ibileng she has paid. It's not just sitting as a quote, it's not just sitting as an invoice, it's already been paid. All that can happen while you're sleeping without you having to answer backwards and forwards. Simple things, booking, you're running a hair salon, you want to run a booking system. You can get an app like Fresher and get someone, put your profile onto it. I'm in the area right now. I need a touch-up of my makeup. I can look up and see who's around and go do all of those things. So then you start moving away from, those are the systems that get you seen and heard of. You've got systems around your payments, and I think we've had a lot of conversations today about the kinds of products you can use to manage your payment. But all of those payments, they give you a story. They give you statements. They give you information about your business, and you can start looking at the trends to assess, okay, and then you can then understand why is it happening, when is it happening, does it always happen in March, does it always happen in November, and then start planning around all of those activities. Then you start looking about all the other parts of your business. So how do I manage my people? Today wakula, tomorrow tomorrow this. Do I need to create a process around leave? What does that look like? What information do I want each time somebody books leave? And you start writing those things down and then go look for the tool that actually supports that function for you. Try and connect those tools as much as possible so that one day when you're just looking at what we call a dashboard, and a dashboard just says it's going to give you a view of your business from different aspects. So you can look at your sales and your marketing, you can look at your finances on a dashboard. A lot of the tools will have a dashboard. That will give you an overview of what your business is like. And then you use that information going forward to replicate it. So I now know in March, business is low. I must now create marketing campaigns that are going to boost my sales as much as possible just before it goes low. It probably just goes low because it's winter. And you can't change it, you know what I mean? But you can plan for it to just say, let me boost my sales before winter. And in winter, what do? I must find ways for the product to move nonetheless. So I create the specials to attract the people even in winter. But without that data, everything idula ka motlhogong, wa wara, ha o robale, how sure gore ya etsagala or ha etsagale, how sure gore ke today or ke tomorrow, and all of that builds anxiety for you as a business owner. But when you have systems in place and you have these tools in place, you start shifting, you sleep, guys, like warobala. Oya le holiday. Because you can say, "Gore no, go quiet mo, I can take 2 weeks off and go be with my family. It's quiet anyway, you know? So you've done what you can to boost the sales. Or even better, the sales can happen even without you participating in anything. So go and leave, robala.
I think it just also, it boils down to trust, right? A lot of us find ourselves managing our businesses and being everything in our businesses because we lack trust in the people that work with us. So what a system helps you with is that you are able to collect insights to help understand how your business works. And so, for instance, to what Omarang was saying is that look at a business as elements. There are elements in your business. There's operations, how and where your business operates, right? So you think about that and say, how do we operate? Do we work from a physical store so everyone has to come to the shop? Do we work virtually? How does that work? How do we keep accountability if we are working online? You understand, virtually? Because a lot of us, especially in the service-based business, people work from their homes. But how do you know that people are working? You understand? And so you start thinking, what is the system that we can put in place to manage that? Then you start saying, okay, fine. Now let me think about customer acquisition or marketing, because that's what gets money in the business. So how do I, and think about the journey and the process that from the first time the client inquires to when you close the deal. What is that process flow that you follow? So umuntu makathi ngifuna ukwenza inwele, bafika kuwe bathi imalini ukwenza inwele, or bazoqala bathola information ukuthi okay, where's the salon? Then they find it and then they call you and then they will ask you, right? How much is the hair? And then they will come and say izango 10 or whatever it is. So you start thinking about those and say, what of the processes can I automate or digitize to make it easier for my customer to do business with me? So instead of doing back and forth calls of saying, Kibukai, Nkatlaning, and all of those things, when you've done a booking system, when you've put the pricing list and all of those things, they're able to make a decision there, right? And if you now say, we can actually come to you on a day that works for you, for people that are buying convenience, that works for them. So again, it starts with the customer and understanding what the customer wants and the type of customer you're serving. Then you look at customer service as well. So pre and post engagement with your customers. How do you engage with them? Is it WhatsApp? How do you keep in touch with your customers? Abanye ni since customer thengile awusakhulumi naye. Uyozumbone futhi makazothenga futhi. So there's no relationship building with the customer, and things like our email marketing, our WhatsApp, special nani helps with customer building and customer experience, right? So you think about those things, payment as well, ganjalo. So it's just literally looking at the different business units and then saying, what is the process that we employ as a business? And is it manual? If it's manual, are there processes that we can automate and use systems and tactics and platforms to make it easy? And that's really what you want to do.
Thank you. I think, I don't want to repeat what the ladies are saying. Mine is just to give you that tool. What is that tool? For customer relationship management, exactly what you're saying, ma'am. When you speak to the person, consultation, how do you move to the next phase? Are they booking? Are they paying? How do you communicate with them back? Look at HubSpot, HUBSPOT, HubSpot. It's a great customer relationship manager platform. Very easy again to navigate. And again, to your point, those who are working virtually, you have a team that's working in Siboking and you're here, you're not sure if they're actually doing the work. What we use and what we use effectively is Trello, Trello. And I'm giving you all those free platforms. Like I'm saying, I don't know, yeah, Zoho is another one, ZOHO. There's a few, but the ones that I'm giving you now are the ones that you can use for free. Of course, I've got the paid version, but the freemium ones are also doing phenomenal work. Akere ka mona mapagane kaofela kere. So, Mapagania, I carry your role. Your role, you are saying, I am the founder and the CEO of. As the CEO, you need to make executive decisions. Without systems, you cannot make any decision. I agree, you are the founder and the CEO. Your role as the CEO is to make executive decisions that affect your business internally and externally. Without proper systems, you cannot make any sound decision. That's the importance of systems.
Mind you, if you find yourself thinking, like some of these things, Radisha, when we think they're expensive, nah? Or I can't afford this tool, I want to use it, I can't afford it. Start budgeting for it. We make the mistake of seeing something and then we say, I can't afford this thing, but then you're not budgeting for affording that tool one day. Your business is gonna grow. The last thing you want is for some of these things to catch up with you when you heard that information a year ago. Nah? So start budgeting for it. When you look at your income and you're doing budgets, there must be a portion of your income that is going to reinvesting in your business. And part of that needs to go into when do I hire people? When do I put systems into place if you're going to grow? Otherwise, it's just going to stay there. It'll do like instantly just without something being set aside for that.
And also maybe getting another person to do it, because I can imagine it can be daunting, right? It's overwhelming. Usawara ngokuthi ngiwenza malini ngithengisa kuphi bese ufana uware ngokuthi system le ngizoyuza ithini kuningi. You understand? So and that's where you start identifying opportunities for job creation as well. A lot of you guys have interns in your workplace. Bayenzani labantu lapha? Ngoba niyabafayilisa futhi anina-filing. So angikho sure ukuthi benzani abantwana babantu. So you start utilizing, because you can't afford to pay a resource mhlambe, but you start utilizing lo muntu lo effectively, right? And as Umarang said, guys, all the elements of the business, finally yenzakale noma incane. There's business, there's finance, there's what. All these activities still need to exist and happen in your business, even though it's small. And if there isn't a system and a way that it's happening, it means there's no business. Still volunteer lapha sonke nje. You understand? So who is doing what needs to be done in the business? That's very important.
Sure. It's personal. I know it's a lot. It's easier said than done. But kancane kancane, man. One step at a time. The last question is really around your business model and how the business operates. Right? So we know about the business model canvas. If you haven't done it, please do it. You need it. What are some of the mistakes that we make as entrepreneurs that stop us from growing our businesses, especially around the business model, and how can we improve those business models?
It's believing that you service everyone. When you speak to an entrepreneur and say, who's your customer? Hi, everyone, sister Rotengayo. That's the first mistake, because you can't build a business around everyone. And that's why, for me, the customer dictates what the business model, right? So if you start with understanding the customer, understanding their pain points, what is their challenge, and what is their need, and then you being able to answer and say, we do it better than everyone else that's there. I'll make an example. You run a laundry, right? You run a laundry, and then your typical laundries, elokishini, abantu have to leave iwashini yabo, bayilande the next day, nini mixe nenye iwashini omunye umuntu, yonke lento leyo. So you study that market and you study the frustration zabantu ukuthi okay abana machine endlini. So the people have to do iwashini every week. Abana machine endlini. And therefore they go to a laundry, but their frustration is that when I take my washing to this laundry, it gets mixed up ngempahla zabantu ezami ziyalahleka noma ziba nekhala, and also I have to wait a long time. So what you do, you say same day service. Already gives you a competitive advantage, same day service. And then, okay, how do I solve the issue around ukmixa impahla? Kunama aisle, mhlambe mabafika customer wakho kunama locker or kunama areas where their washing is there and it's labeled or whatever it is, but you create an impression, ukuthi, I'm understanding your problem and I'm solving it. You understand? That's really what you want to do and say, okay, fine. Now, how do I sell this thing? Because the business model is ready to say, how do I create, capture, and deliver value to my customer? So you've understood your customer, you've understood their pain point, and now you say, how do I exchange my value for money? So I've already created the same day service, and I've told them, "Guti, it works. But how do I get them to pay? Or how do they pay? So they can come in and pay 50% upfront with baleti washinyabo, or they can pay when they fetch iwashinyabo moso yenzile, whatever it is. So you create that model and say, okay, fine. Now, for my business to work and grow, how many laundries do I have, laundry baskets do I need to do on a monthly basis, on a daily basis, that will make my business become profitable? So you start measuring a laundry versus how many customers walk in. If you measure the laundry baskets that you are washing and the cost of each laundry. So it's different for each and every business. So understanding your business and understanding the customer that you are serving helps you to create a better business model canvas or business model generally, because sometimes we get stuck with a business model canvas. It's great, it's nice, but we're stuck like, hey, your value proposition, but how you utilize it. But if you can start mapping your business and saying, what does that process flow look like for my business individually, you then start saying, okay, fine, now I know I need to sell 10 quarters or 50 quarters a day for the business to make sense. For in a month, how many quarters do I need to sell? You start measuring those things, and most of us don't measure. Siyanje, kamudumo. It's because we did not even set the budget with how much do I need to be making on a monthly basis. And therefore, whether when it's 100 rand, 2,000 rand, 10,000 rand, 609 go.
Yes, sir. I think for me, the biggest mistake in the BMC is when people are stuck in the idea of, after they've done their market segmentation, people are stuck on the idea of this is what I like. This is what I want to offer. Listen to the market. 2013, there was a gentleman who was sitting on a panel, actually a press release, press conference. He said, we did absolutely nothing wrong, but yet we failed. We did absolutely nothing. If anything, we're doing everything right, but yet we failed. And that was the CEO of Nokia. He cried real tears on that particular day. And that is the idea of people wanting to be stuck to what's happening. The digital migration was happening. They were refusing to move with the time. Once you've set your product, once you've set your market segmentation, once you've done your revenue streams, once you've done your costing, be agile enough to move with the times. Be agile. Those who know Shape Cafe from the Val, they know we started as a coffee shop. We were a coffee shop, one coffee shop, up until we built multiples of them. The problem was when we started, we wanted to be a street coffee shop. But the people said, we want ice cream. Now we're an ice cream coffee shop that sells 90% of ice cream. We are a coffee shop that sells 90% of ice cream because we are agile enough to move with the times. When people say we want aeroplane, we're not going to bring aeroplane. That's not being agile. That's now moving out of the way. But look within the scope of your business. Look within the operations of your business. Look what makes sense to you. Look at what is accessible for you. And also look at your supply chain. If you're going to introduce a new product, it doesn't make that 90% of your inventory comes from Katlehong, and there's this one particular one that you need to get from China every day. It doesn't really make sense. You are adding, especially if that product only brings about 2% of your revenue. You are wasting time on that cost. You are wasting time on that value chain. Look at your suppliers again. How near are they? How flexible are they? How quick can you get the products? Thank you.
Mara?
I think we get stuck also in our own heads about how we want the business to work. And much like doing a business plan, People will, what I've seen a lot of us do is you've documented your business model and then you are married to this business model for years and years and years. And I think to Itu's story about Nokia, you know, they've got a business model, it stayed that way, it's working, so why should we change it? And the unfortunate thing is and especially when you're operating as a one-man or a one-person business, your business is going to grow at the level of your confidence. And if you're not going to gain and boost that confidence, you are not going to then adapt and you're not going to grow. It's like being a teenager. If mindset how I change, you go that teen type of mindset because you're not fueling your mind with the things that are actually going to make you confident as an adult, right? So your business is the same thing. And everything that we've spoken today about in terms of putting systems in place, digitizing your environment, all of that information is what you use to build confidence in your business. You go and you apply for financing, they want to look at your financials. Why? Because that builds confidence. That affirms to them that actually this is the data that says we can confidently borrow to this person. You know, when we look at your social media and stuff, the way you've put out your post and what you have written out there will inform me that you know the product that you're selling and you know who you are speaking to. You're speaking to me, therefore I can confidently come and buy to you. The tools you're using for me to pay will give me that trust in you, right? So that's confidence. But your business model is something that will forever change. It needs to change. If it's not changing, you're not adapting at any point in time, right? So you may have written it a year ago, even 6 months ago, and you're afraid to start. Trust me, the day you start, things have changed. If you didn't start the day you were already documenting it, things have changed in that 6 months, in that 1 year gap. But then you also have to go back and review it. Are things actually working? Am I changing with and adapting to what my customer is? So maybe when I started, and I'll use Poli's example of the laundromat. You know, when you first met me as a customer, maybe Nikili student, Nikili said washing Friday and then Galata Saturday and then I'm out, you know. But because of my student life, I don't have time. I'm not 100% in control of my time. But then I've become a mom. Now, I guess at least a laundry moto one, at least a laundry to buy two and stuff. There's baby care and whatever. You gotta show me that you understand how to take care of the baby's clothes different from my clothing, right? Then, you know, life happens. And stuff, and unkono is an elderly person, wakula and whatever. Take care of the stuff that is, you know, for somebody who is ill, very differently from somebody who's in the family. You are showing me that you're using my customer data, what you understand about me as a customer to adapt. Your service is no longer for one type of customer. It has grown, but you can only grow because you've used data for it. It's in the feelings that maybe today we also oil something sharp.
And maybe just to add is you can't improve what does not exist, right? So a lot of us get stuck in writing stuff and never implementing. So if you look at your journey, some of you guys have been operating for 5 years. If you look at the picture, if you're baking cakes, there's an entrepreneur that I was coaching who started baking a cake. The first cake she baked versus the cake she bakes now, completely different. You understand? Even the picture was dull. You understand? But now in 2025, she's selling more cakes. It's more clearer. Her experience, she's improved. So a lot of us have to focus on that to say, let me start somewhere. With whatever I have, let me start. And then gizo improve on it, on whatever the offering. And some of us say, dilitala man. Nina stina singabo ma business yonke into. Nyenza noma yini posa yami. That's our problem. But if you focus on selling whatever it is that you're selling and understanding your customer and improving on that to Marang's point, to say, I want to be the best laundromat so that people don't go out of Ilokshini to go use my laundry services. You understand? Understanding the customer starts there. You don't have to be doing a catering, a construction, nan yonke at the same time. Unless you've got ambitions to own multiple businesses, therefore create them that way. But you can't build trading projects and do everything in that business. There's no specialization, there's no business model you can build when you are yonke into.
Barry, a man who's not one thing is everything and everything is dangerous.
Sure. Does anybody here run a laundromat? Konomuntu runs a laundry? Yeah, because there's an entire masterclass you just got, like, got an idea. So, are you enjoying the panel? Are we learning? Let's give our expert mentors a round of applause. This is plus, probably, it's about 60 years of knowledge and experience. Right? So I'm going to open it up now for questions to the floor. But if you've asked a question, I can't give you again. Can we get the mic at the back? Oh, sure. Please, the guy there with the hand with the black t-shirt. Then we'll move.
Sanbonani, igama lami nguSifundo kwaKwaZwane. Ngiqhamuka from Asnot Tenderlandle Solutions. I have some few questions to the panels that we have. Okay.
Sure.
I'm saying
I
here.
ain't got a question. Look.
I just one.
One.
Yeah.
Okay.
One question. I'm saying here, Lokshini, and we are also, I would say, we are also suffering from the unemployment youth, right? So, for that reason, the people who are more advanced in technology are not working. People who are working are not familiar with the digital things that we are talking about. So now, I'll make an example. We were doing a house wiring somewhere, and we charged the family, we were doing for them 3 rooms and 1 garage. Then we charged them 4.5. So now, the mother who is working, she's saying the price is too high. And now remember, there is also work. We need to do piping, we need to do all these things. So she's crying about the price that we are charging. She's not looking into the job that we need to do. She only checks the price only. And now the question is, how can we bring these things to our mothers who are not familiar with these things of digital, the pricing, and the technology as it's moving? Because people who are familiar with the technology are not working. So we cannot be able to rely on them, because someone who's not working, and we need money as entrepreneurs. So now, and also the person who's not working, even if he or she tries to bring the advancement to the parent is not cooperating enough. So now, as panels who are up front there, how can we upgrade the mindset of our parents, the mindset in the location at least standard because we cannot be able to downgrade our prices trying to meet up with the standards because we are entrepreneurs here. We want to build a legacy, we want to build something that needs to continue, something that won't die when we die.
Thank you.
I'll take. Do I respond?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. Usfundo. So I think one of the mistakes that we make is that we sell to the wrong people, right? And Tina, as entrepreneurs, sometimes we don't understand a user and a customer. That's very important. Who pays? Customer is who pays me for the service I'm offering. User is who uses the product that I am selling. And when you are selling to the user, you can sell until we are blue. They will not buy because they are not the paying customer. So you need to understand the two. Number 2 is that you are trying to force your products, your pricing on a customer that does not appreciate what you're selling. Because what they are viewing is, the motivation, what we spoke about is, there are different motivations, Zama customers. And I'll make an example to help you understand that. There are customers who are motivated by price, and I'll take a t-shirt, as a simple, basic, no technology, don't. A simple t-shirt. A t-shirt is a t-shirt that covers people. Good is ngahambi pay. But a t-shirt is not the same for a customer. A customer who goes to Pep and buy a t-shirt, all they are worried about is, can I afford this thing? So what rings in their mind is price. How much is this thing? They are not worried about quality, how it makes me look, and yonke lo nonsense. Can I afford this thing? Can I pay for this thing? 29.99 within my budget, I move. A customer who's buying a t-shirt and Mr. Price is still very price sensitive, but they want something that's stylish as well. So they are prepared to pay a higher price than Yase Pep, but they want also a style. Somebody who goes to Woolworths to buy a t-shirt, Lapa, they are paying more than Ilentole, so they are not even asking which kibukai, because quality is important for them. And that's why we make comparisons. And it's the t-shirt that's go Woolworths or kapadi aparata Woolworths man dia last lanka di tlhotsa ga itiri ha di tsikala. Akere umuntu oyothenga i-t-shirt kula ma brand shops Gucci nan. That's why mawungena lapha bathi right of admission reserved. Abafunini bama prize ngizobuza ama prize. Lapha they are selling perception, status. Because there's a difference and there's a way that a person ogqoke a brand walks. Right? Africa mo. We understand. Fanele umbone from the start ukuthi uwapere Gucci from top to bottom. And your perception when you are looking at that person is that banemali. Whether ki fake or ki ing. Mara unemali umuntu makagqoke i brand. So you need to understand what influences your customer's decision to buy and what's important to them. But also, look at what's happening. Like, minuma mamuhlale Alex, ngiphume Alex but angihlali khona. Kunama Wi-Fi abafakayo wevuma we200 or in. Wena mawufika nge4.5 usuyabasanganela nje because khona uzoza nge200 rand. You understand? So if you are able to package what makes it 4.5 and what the retainer looks like, then you are able to capture that. So mhlambe you are selling to the wrong customer. So you should be selling to a service provider like a Vuma or whoever so that you become their installer. The 4.5, you charge it to them and then they can collect their 250s from their customer. All you do is you go to the Vumas and whoever else to say, we'll be your installers. And we've done that when I was at Telkom, where we took my ex-technicians as a Telkom, and we helped them start new businesses. And they, instead of now having technicians on the ground who are employed by Telkom at that time, they ran their own businesses and became technicians who were installing Telkom products in homes. And that could be something that he does, because that makes sense for that customer versus a direct customer of an Apatali 4.5.
And also, my brother, maybe something for you to go and research on. You've got different types of financial strategies. You've got the focus strategy, you've got the differentiation strategy, and then there's the cost one. Look at those three financial strategies and decide who you are. I mean, look at an example. The price of Coca-Cola doesn't change the taste and the size. 2 liter remains 2 liter. But when you get it at BP Garage, it's expensive. When you get it go ShopRite, it's much less. Or when you get it go my friend, the prices don't depend on the taste and the size, but they depend on the environment. And those are the type of financial strategies that you need to, am I a low cost? Am I a differentiator? Or am I a cost leader? Once you've done all of that, then you'll be able also for you to make a decision on how do I price based on this particular community? Do you want to be flexible enough? And this flexible enough, that's what it was man, financial strategy. it's not a, it depends. Do you understand? It depends the wrong way of approaching it. It depends who you are. But when you say my financial strategy is that I'm a differentiator, it depends on the level of the business and the profile of the customer. So that's number one, look at that. But number two, never ever sell a product, sell a service. I mean a feeling. Never ever sell a product or a service, sell a feeling. If you get to that house, mama says 4.5 is expensive, ask her, with all the installation that I'm gonna do, if it's a security feature, how would that make you feel? If she says safe, that's what you sell. How much does safety cost you, mama? Thank you.
Just one point to add, and I don't know if you may have seen it. Sorry, especially in the tech space, there's some things that cost that price, no matter who is buying them, the price stays the same. Ne? So what you find that in those markets, people then offer a guarantee on the price. So I've given you a quote, it says 4.5. You say, no, but 4.5 is too expensive. And I can say to you, you're welcome to go compare it with other service providers. And if you bring me a written quote that is less than that, I will match your price. And at that point, normally the person is sold onto you delivering the service, but banale griping ka price. Or they haven't even done enough research in the market to find out how much it actually costs. So they didn't know it actually costs 4.5. And then when they go do their research, because you can list them, you can say, go to this competitor, go to this competitor, go to this competitor, see if they'll give you a different price. And if they do, come back to me and I'll see if I can match your price. You don't guarantee to match the price, but it's come back to me and I'll see if I can match your price, right? Because then you can do a comparison on like for like on equipment, and you can say, the reason that this person's price is cheaper is because usebenzisa product ABC, nna ke perekisa XYZ. Ne? The quality on this thing is different, or this is the extra value that it gives you that this other product doesn't give you. And you find that a lot, especially in the construction space, you will see those kind of little game, banale that thing. If you find this product cheaper anywhere else, we will give it to you at that price. So these are the conversations that you must have with your customers to understand how complain ka price. Is it the product, the equipment we're going to be using, are we charging too high for our service fee? Where is the problem? And then you can meet it. But again, I think to the question we just had now around the business model canvas, or your business model, is that when you then get this kind of information, feedback too many times, you then look at your business model and say, what do I need to adapt in my business model in order for me to meet my customers where they're at?
Thank you. Please, can you give the mic to the individual who's wearing the cowboy hat?
I'm the owner of Lajit I Cafe. I've started in 2021 during lockdown. When Khereza ke lapha emagroundini aselokishini apho bekuthengiswe kudlalwa ibhola football. Now here is a problem. I've started my business, ngithengisa egroundini. And then it happens ukuthi survive. It was a hand to mouth. But at this moment, it's no longer a hand to mouth. It's like a startup business. Here is my struggle. I've opened a place whereby it's a small tech shop. But I know my target market is all those people who are going to work in the morning. I wake up in the morning at 5 a.m. until 8 a.m. And now I'm about to open at 1 p.m. until 9 p.m. Now here is my struggle. And it's like I'm selling, but I don't know how much do I profit, because it's no longer now a hand to mouth. I know that I have a savings in my bank account for a business account. If SARS is asking me how much do I make, I lie because I don't know. I don't know. Serious, I don't know. If they say, how much do I make a day? I can't tell them. I can't, because sometimes I go to Metro, I stock the stock maybe for, I don't want to mention the number, the figure. And then I go to Emakulen, I buy cigarette. I don't know. It's a confusion. And now I just say, like, you know, I failed to do it. Now, you know, I don't know, guys. Yes. So this happened now, yeah, and now in the end, these things for funding, there's this thing that they have implemented. They implemented this thing for tech shop. They say they want a certificate of acceptability. They want certificate of business license, of which is kind of difficult for us, because we do the connect, all of those things. We don't want to comply. That's the honest thing. We do want to comply, but it's difficult to have an access. You understand? So now here's my problem. If they ask the Vodacom ask me, how is my bank statement? And now what I'm doing, because I don't have something to track my sales. You know, I don't have a device to track my sales, to say now, I went to Marshall and I stock with this kind of amount, and then I receive a stock from the supply from Coco or whatsoever. I don't have the tracking device, you know, that is a struggle. And now this is a problem. And now the most...
What? Asibambe lapho.
Okay.
Asibambe lapho. Because, yeah, honesty is the best policy. Uchi, lokuthi I lie. I'm going to humbly and sincerely ask that we keep the questions short. Because the shorter the questions, the more we can ask. Because is your name, the business, what's the question? I'm going to hand, and then from the panelists as well, I'm just going to ask just one and then sure. Itu?
All right. Here is a solution. Because I'm in the same business, I sell food. It sounds like a tedious process, but a necessary one. So every time so I'm going to give you from a true real life experience. We buy whatever that we buy. If it's 5 kg, I'm going to make an example. I don't sell papa. Let's say you sell papa. It is 5 kg. You take a cup. A cup is 350 ml. So what you do is that you take 1 cup, you pour it in your water, and you know how many you're going to pour. If you pour 10, it means you now have 3,500 rand. A 5 kg is 5,000. So you start to work it on that. 5,000 divided by the amount of money, if it makes sense. But you literally write it down on a book. If I reka 5 kg apoof, it costs me this amount of money. For me to do gravy for 10 plates, I need to use 20 tomatoes. If I buy tomato, wherever I buy a tomato, and estimate inside a packet 8 of them, you cost per tomato. Similarly to onion, similarly to spice. If it's 30 grams of spice, how much is a spoon? If a spoon is 14 milligram, you count how many of those. I promise you, it's a tedious process. You do it once. It's a tedious process that you do once. From there, the only thing that you'll have to do is to adjust based on where you buy. Here is one thing that I always tell people. When you do your costing for a product, especially for product that you consume or physical products, you always want to cost on the worst case scenario. Meaning, what is the highest price can I pay for 5 kg? Not what you're getting it for. If it's 20 rand, cost it at 25 rand. Should you get it expensive from the next supplier, then you know you are still covered. That's number one. Once you've done all of that, then you go to the gentleman, Nedbank, shop to shop, Ikoka, Yoko. Then you are able to trace what comes in compared to what you are now spending. Then you'll be able to tell your profits, this is how much I'm making. A true story is that when anybody wants to give you money, that's what they want to see. That's exactly what they want to see. Anything else, compliance and everything, the most important thing that they want to see is how do you manage money that comes in and money that comes out. Forget about the English terms, financial statements, or okay, this is my cash flow statement, this is my, really look at it from that simple format. In conclusion, I don't want to take a lot of time. For every receipt that you get from a shop, this is how we do it. Every day we write slip 1, slip 2, and then we put them in 1 week. So we'll put them in one box. Week 1, all the receipts, week 1. Second week, week 2. Week 3, up until a month. Then we put together everything that we bought from that month. But the guys at the shop, this is what they do. For every product that they go and buy, let's say go Pick and Pay, they ran out of sugar or milk. We have what you call a purchase book. It's a normal book. They write the name of a product, who went to buy it, here's my signature, this is how much I took from the cash register, and this is the change that came back, and they sign for that. It's a basic system that you do manually. Once you have all of that, if you have access to computer, then you put them in your Excel. It does all the work for you. It's a tedious, necessary process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we get the mic? Mic? Well, see hand. Then I'm going to come to this side. Yeah, please, can you get in the mic? No. Please, no. Boy. Oh, it's fine. Okay, you go. It's fine. It's fine, you can ask, you can ask. We've got 4 minutes left, so just like 4 questions. Quick.
Sanibonani, ninjani, ngiyaphila, igama lami nguSithembile Libilo, ngibuya eMfukeng. Business yami Libilo Creations, I am a fashion designer and ngiya-embroider futhi. Into engicela ukuyibuza kubo sisi nobhuti ukuthi mhlambe banganga-advise ukuthi mangabe mhlambe uzokhuphula ama-price, let's say uyayibiza iroko uthi it's 500, and then kuthatha isikhathi esingakanani ukuthi ungakhuphula ngoba phela ngithi sisebenza nange-profit. Fanele sithole i-profit. Mara ama-customer ayakhala ukuthi yo sewukhuphulile mina ngiyazi imali engaka, and uma uthi uyabheka wena uthi emashop indwa ngikhuphukile already. Ya kuba enye challenge esibhekana nayo thina abantu abathungayo. Manje ngicela ukubuza ukuthi ningangi-advise kanjani mhlambe ngikhuphula kakhulu or ngihlale kuleyo price but I need i-profit.
So I think you're going to have to take that approach Dumeleng has explained, ne? When you are now pricing yourself. Because normally when we feel that pinch, am I, when is the right time to increase my prices, when is the wrong time? It's because somewhere along the line you've priced maybe skate with the same price. Okay, each time I come for a skirt it's for the same price, but you didn't cost me based on the material that we started off with. And unfortunately, this used to be a business I was in before as well. But so when you come to that, you must first look at how you are pricing. And is your pricing currently correct? Because your skirt can't be sold at the same price all the time when it's a different skirt each time a client wants it, right? 2 is around what is informing your need to increase the price. If get the feelings that extra, it will never be the right reason or the right time to increase the price, because I can tell you now, even the price that you put up will probably be the wrong price at that point, because it's based on just the feelings and not actually intent. But this is why we were talking about keeping record of your financials. When you start seeing that, you can see, this is the pattern, and I have kept this price for so long, it is no longer relevant for me to keep this price at this point. But then you have to communicate with your customers. So, salary 6 months ago, we are food, how so price and whatever. ha utlwisisa. But actually, if o no ntse o bua le ena via WhatsApp, gore, okay, this month re na le special, this month, you know, whatever. In between that communication, you can include, gore, hey, please note, in 3 months' time, our prices are going up, and they're going up by 20% or whatever the amount is. Because then, when I know I'm coming to you in 6 months' time, I can start budgeting, kana with the price the high and I'm already budgeting with that. So it's not a surprise when I get to your door, how the price is. We make the mistake of just announcing it when muntafigela. And they're just like, how, but okay, because Mara, if we had kept a relationship and I'm aware every I can know that, okay, budget yaka ke bokana, I will come to you kana kwa ya special, or I will budget for you how nalidi increases.
Thank you.
Sanbonani, kamalami ngulebkhang malete, ngihlala eMaphanga. So I'm a digital marketer. I sell e-learning course that teaches people skills and ways to make money online. I'm also selling a coating machine for screen protectors, right? So I started the business early in February, and you understand. So leo mali leyo since ngisaqala, it's in my personal account, right? I haven't started the business account. Ne? So now, I advise because I'm not working a 9 to 5. The business is only my bread and butter. So angwazi ukluganisa between the money ekmele business and the money ekmele ngizholise, because remember, as sometimes in the month you understand. And is leader ukuthi ngicine sengisebenzisa imali business, and then come month end angisayiboni imali engiyenzile for that particular month. You understand? So angazi ukuthi makunjalo usiholisa kanjani, like what do you do?
Okay. Thank you for the question, sis. So sign a contract with yourself. And your contract is, I am an employee of this business. Whether the money is in your personal account or business account. And in your contract, make a share profit clause that me and the business, until it grows, will go on a profit share. So if the profit is 100 Rand, you need to say, as a profit share partner of this company, I will get 30% of the profit. So you literally cap it at that. When you run out of things, you don't have money. I say, akulimali. It's very difficult, I know. And sometimes we sit here and say, you know, the money of business, get business, but the reality of the matter is that you need to create your business to be attractive enough for funders and sponsors. You need to work in a way that it gets investment ready. And I cannot emphasize more than I have. Also because with my experience that I work with the two funding companies, investment companies. And every time I see the decision maker, it's not the credit score. It's really not the credit score. The decision maker is always the movement of the money. The movement of the money is what many people get rejected for. So make that contract with yourself, commit to that, and be honest about it. If I make a profit of 100 Rand, I only have 30 Rand. 70 Rand belongs to the business. You will get it wrong. You will chow that money, it's okay. But get in the habit of being disciplined with that.
Sorry. But also, the contract that you're making, I mean, profit share is one. And I think the other one is, because you're an employee and a salary, so you become the expense of the business. Every month, I need to earn 5,000 Rand salary. And for you to earn 5,000 Rand salary over and above the expenses that exist in the business, how many products do you need to sell? So that then pushes you to sell the number of products so that you can draw your 5,000 Rand, 25. Now, itikli ikalo 25 jingabany. You understand? So that ingakhali nje in between mawuxakekile. Mayikhale nge 25, mayiphela umele ezinye 25.
Yeah. It's 3 o'clock. It's chai time. Unfortunately, I just wish there was no such thing as time. But I think for us, for T as well as for Visa, it shows that there's this mentality or mindset that business people just, like we don't want to invest in ourselves. We don't want to grow. We don't want to get to the next level. And this is a sign. I mean, it's 3 o'clock. You didn't have to be here. Some of you have left your businesses to be here today. There's other responsibilities and other things you needed to do. But you're here. 3 o'clock. We want to say a big thank you to every single one of you. I'm going to, it's just part of what I have to do. I'm going to just ask all our expert mentors. You see, when I said expert, I wasn't putting them under pressure. These people know their business. And I love the authenticity. I love the realness, because that's what it's about. I don't want to hear always balance sheet, but you to share the real stories of how you're running your business and how you can grow. So a big thank you to our expert mentors. Please, can you stand? Please, can you just, you're going to look straight into the camera moment. And then there's gifts as well that we're going to give you. One more time, a round of applause for our panelists, our expert mentors. Thank you. There's your gift. Please see them afterwards. You must, I know a lot of you have so many questions. You must see them afterwards. Thank you. All right, so was it worthwhile? Should we come back again? Angenizwa, should we be back again? Tomorrow? Let's give a big round of applause as well to Visa. Thank you so much, Visa. Thank you for making sure that today takes place. So, we are all going to stand while we're gonna leave, but do not leave. Please do not leave without receiving a certificate of attendance and participation. So every single one of you is going to get a certificate. I mean, it's gonna help, ne? Because some people also, they don't believe that you were here. So there's going to be a certificate of attendance and participation. And then we've got another session that's going to take place, but it's taking place at Davidton. The team has told me, I think, May 26. But please follow us on our social media platforms, Township Entrepreneurs Alliance, for more. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Take care and God bless you. Thank you.